Chapter 51:29. Boom! Boom! Void. In the air, the rumbling of thunder shook the heavens. 10 streams of flame rivers surged up like black dragons, surging towards Yixin. The scene was so shocking that it was impossible to describe it with words. On the surface, no heavenly Tao realm expert could remain calm against such a terrifying attack. Even a peak heavenly Tao at the 9th order perfection realm would definitely not be able to withstand it. The only way to deal with this situation was to turn around and flee in a panic. In fact, Yixin had no intention of taking it head-on. The 3-legged golden crow's strange projection divine power was like an open scheme. Among the 10 flaming rivers, 1 was real and 9 were illusory. But the 10 black rivers could freely switch between illusory and real. No matter which one he charged towards or touched, even if it was illusory, it could instantly turn real. Under such circumstances, charging forward or intercepting would be extremely passive. Rather than that, he might as well attack the root of the problem and take drastic measures. Hum! A deep hum sounded. At that moment, Yixin pushed his psyche strength to its limits, fully activating perfect concussion. First in an instant, his figure vanished as he concealed himself. Even his aura was perfectly converged. It was as though he had vanished in an instant. What? He actually escaped. This is only natural. Such an attack is something that even a peak heavenly Tao at the 9th order perfection realm would not be able to withstand. After all, it's 10 black gold suns that similarly have a heavenly Tao realm cultivation level. Magic Hall Master Yixin is still rather clear-headed. He knew that he was no match for Yixin, so he instantly used his mysterious escape technique to escape. After this battle, the 3-legged golden crows ranking among all the heavenly Tao beasts on the left bank will probably rise again. I never expected him to have such a terrifying bloodline divine power. To be able to split 1 into 10 is just too astounding. As Yixin's figure vanished, sighs could be heard from the surrounding void trillions of kilometers away. The heavenly Tao beasts and remnant experts lurking in the dark were almost certain that Yixin had escaped. Knowing that he was no match for Yixin, he had silently fled. Even the 3-legged golden crow thought the same. At this moment, he felt an extreme unwillingness in his heart. He originally thought that this attack would be able to trick Yixin, or at least severely injure him. He didn't expect that, in the end, he would see that the situation was bad and directly escape. No, although he wasn't able to heavily injure the Demon Hall's master, Yixin, at least he'd achieved the goal of this battle. Not only did he wash away the stain from the previous battle, he even managed to squeeze a few spots forward in the rankings of all the heavenly beasts on the left bank. He might even be able to enter the top 5. Boom! These thoughts flashed through his mind. Just as the 3-legged golden crow was secretly delighted, an earth-shattering boom suddenly came from the top of his head. A big-headed black stick that was like a giant pillar that held up the sky smashed into his body at lightning speed. Stars appeared in his head, and his skull hurt terribly. Awoo! Damn you, you didn't King escape? Amidst the miserable howls, the 3-legged golden crow's incomparably mournful roar sounded, revealing a monstrous sense of resentment. Yixin really didn't leave. He just used a perfect spiritual power secret technique to conceal his figure and restrain his chi. Then, he teleported slightly and directly appeared behind the 10 black and golden suns that were lined up in a row in the void. 10. Similarly, 1 of the suns was real and 9 were illusory. The illusory ones were the projections of the 9 suns. Although the real one could materialize in any one of the 9 illusory suns at the 3-legged golden crow's will, however, this obviously didn't affect him because at least 1 of the 10 suns was real at any moment. What was even worse was that Yixin had the demonic soul pupil and could see through everything. No matter where this real sun was, he knew it in his heart. Therefore, after quietly sneaking behind the 10 suns, Yixin immediately attacked. The big-headed black stick directly smashed down on the real sun as if it was a bludgeon. It was incomparably solid. As the stick smashed down, Yixin's figure also appeared. However, he immediately put away the stick and activated the perfect spiritual power secret technique. His figure was hidden again, not revealing a single bit of his chi, and there was no way to track him. In fact, after his stick smashed down, the three-legged golden crow's mournful howls sounded at the same time that the real 9 illusory suns and 10 black and golden suns immediately changed. 10. The 3 great suns were lined up in a row. The real great sun, counting from left to right, was originally third. However, after being hit by the stick, the three-legged golden crow instantly switched from third to ninth in order to avoid being hit again. In his opinion, Yi Xian's sneak attack was just a coincidence. But, unfortunately, as he switched, Yi Xian, who had hidden his figure, also quietly followed him. When he arrived behind the 9th sun, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and the big-headed black stick smashed down again. Bang! Rumble! A woo! The heart-wrenching pain from the previous stick had yet to dissipate. He had just switched his body to the 9th sun when he was hit again. The three-legged golden crow almost vomited blood on the spot. Although he didn't want to howl, it was really too painful. He directly screamed at the top of his lungs, however. At the same time as this tragic howl rang out, he once again switched instantly. His original body, which had just reached the 9th position, instantly switched to the great sun projection that was ranked first on the left. All of this still couldn't escape Yi Xian's eyes. In an instant, his figure disappeared again, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He held the big-headed black stick and rushed to the left. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly thought of a game called whack-a-mole. Wasn't what he was doing now exactly the same as whack-a-mole? It was just that the level was higher. It wasn't wrong to call it whack-a-mole in the starry sky. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian, who'd already concealed himself once again, instantly arrived in front of his target. Without any suspense, he swung the violent ape club and smashed it down once again. Bang! A woo! You actually saw through everything. This is impossible. Damn it! How did you do it? Screech. He had been hit 4 times in a row. If he still didn't understand what had happened, how could the three-legged golden crow be considered a peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage? At this moment, as the 4th stick smashed down, his mournful howl instantly appeared again. The three-legged golden crow's voice, which was filled with endless grief and indignation, sounded at the same time. The entire void trembled slightly, and anyone could feel a monstrous resentment that was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. Indeed, there was no way he wouldn't be sullen. In fact, at this moment, his entire person was on the verge of collapse. A mouthful of blood had already reached his throat. He was a heavenly Tao and a peak heavenly Tao at that, but he was played like a mouse in public. This was simply a great humiliation. The three-legged golden crow felt that his liver was about to explode from anger. Bang! A woo! You actually saw through everything. This is impossible. Damn it! How did you do it? Screech! As the 4th stick smashed down, the three-legged golden crow's mournful howl sounded again, revealing endless grief and indignation. The entire void trembled slightly because of this. Anyone could feel a monstrous resentment that was so strong that it couldn't be dispersed. At this moment, his entire person was on the verge of collapse. A dignified peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage was played like a mouse in public. This was simply a great humiliation. The three-legged golden crow felt that his liver was about to explode from anger. Biased, however, he still thought that he was infallible. A moment ago, he was secretly delighted in his heart. Now that he recalled all of this, his face burned with pain. It was too sad. All of this sounded long, but in fact, Yi Xian only swung the big-headed black stick and hit the mouse 4 times in a row. How long could it take? Although Yi Xian and the three-legged golden crow were well aware of all of this, the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts of the left bank and the experts of the remnant people who were secretly hibernating in the void billions of miles away were confused. For them, they only saw the figure of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, flash and disappear. The 10 rivers of black flames that the three-legged golden crow had blasted out by the 10 black golden suns earlier missed and rushed to the end of the void and disappeared. Immediately after, behind the 10 black golden suns that were lined up in a row outside the star domain of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land, the figure of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, suddenly reappeared. He swung the big-headed black stick and moved around, as if he was hitting a mouse. In a flash, he smashed the three-legged golden crow 4 times in a row. Every time the stick smashed down, the three-legged golden crow responded with a miserable howl, each more miserable than the last. The dignified heavenly Tao at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th step was actually smashed to the point of howling like a hungry wolf. Anyone who heard it would shed tears. It was shocking to hear it. Everything was so real, but it gave them a sense of absurdity as if they were in a dream. Dumbfounded, these heavenly Tao, ferocious beasts of the left bank and experts of the remnant people who were hibernating in the void in the distance, had their minds buzzing for a few seconds before they gradually came back to their senses. Their bodies shook violently as they gasped and exclaimed in horror, "Oh my God! What happened?" The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, did not escape. Instead, he did the opposite. He hid his figure, restrained his aura, and quietly sneaked behind the 10 black golden suns. These are not important. The key is, what are they doing? Playing whack-a-mole? It looks like it. This is simply ridiculous. Why didn't the three-legged golden crow fight back? He even revealed his heaven-defying magical power of turning himself into 10. After being hit 4 times in a row, he only knows how to howl. This is illogical. Could it be that his head was damaged by the first hit? That's very likely. After all, this big-headed black cudgel is infamous for its ferocity. It's only natural for the Demon Palace Master, who has 3 heads and 6 arms, to give him a concussion or something. How is this possible? There are 10 black golden suns in the sky side by side. Even if the three-legged golden crow suffered a concussion from the first hit, the other black golden suns shouldn't be stunned. Why didn't they react and let him continue to hit them? Could it be that they moved away? The last sentence was simply a godly shot. Basically, it hit the three-legged golden crow's sore spot. When the words entered his ears, he was so angry that he almost spat out the mouthful of old blood that was stuck in his throat. Rumble. The secret technique was ineffective. He didn't know what method the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, used, but he instantly saw through the mystery. Although the three-legged golden crow was unwilling, he had to accept it. In the void, the rumbling sound of thunder sounded again. From the 10 black golden suns, the black flames that were like a furious river instantly rose again. In the blink of an eye, they were connected to the sky and shrouded all 10 black golden suns. After one breath, when all the black flames instantly condensed like before, the 10 black golden suns disappeared, and only one remained in the void. It was as if the scene just now had never happened, as if it was just a dream, far away, billions of miles away. The heavenly beasts and the survivors of the left bank who were hibernating in the void were all stunned. Although they didn't know what happened, they vaguely guessed something when they saw the 10 black golden suns being put away by the three-legged golden crow after Yi Xian, the master of the magic hall, beat a round of rats. Screech! The moment the only black golden sun appeared again, an earth-shattering screech came from the black golden sun. Then, the black golden sun, which was as huge as a star, rapidly changed. Half a breath later, the black gold sun vanished, transforming into a black gold 3-legged golden crow. It was incredibly large, spanning 100 million kilometers in length. It even blocked out a corner of the horizon. The 3-legged golden crow was completely infuriated. He finally revealed his bloodline true body. But the strange thing was that this black golden 3-legged golden crow, whose body was more than 100 million miles long, had 4 dazzling big blood bags on its huge head. These were obviously knocked out by someone. Look, at the sight of this, the heavenly beasts of the left bank and the experts of the heavenly path who were hiding in the void a trillion miles away suddenly came to a realization. Although they didn't see any clues until now, when they saw the 4 big blood bags on the 3-legged golden crow's head, they immediately understood that 9 of the 10 suns were illusory and could be switched between real and illusory in an instant. But, unfortunately, nothing could be hidden from the eyes of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. The big-headed black cudgel in his hand seemed to be smashing 4 different black golden suns. But in fact, All four of them fell on the three-legged golden crow's body. Otherwise, when he showed his bloodline true body, how could there be four big blood bags on his head? Screech, Tang Tang, who was at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage, was forced to show his bloodline true body as soon as the battle started. Moreover, it was in the shape with four dazzling big blood bags on his head, so unique. All this flashed through the three-legged golden crow's mind, and he immediately raised his head and let out an earth-shattering screech. He was about to go crazy with anger. Netherworld Claw, Claw of the Netherworld. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to him at all. Bao Yuan suddenly roared, and the black fog doppelganger waved his hands again. Rays of light shot out, and as the wind rose, they turned into millions of miles-long dark green withered claws and shot toward the three-legged golden crow. Although the Netherworld Claw was also an extremely powerful Desolate-era magical power, it was not on the same level as the fallen Sky Bow. It was too weak. But, even so, the three-legged golden crow was still afraid. But it was not as strong as facing the fallen Sky Bow. Although the Netherworld Claw was not too powerful, it was the most powerful bloodline magical power of the Desolate-era Netherworld. Desolation. The Desolate-era Netherworld was born from the filthy chi of a big world, and its bloodline magical power was like the accumulation of filthy souls and blood. Any living creature was extremely disgusted, and once contaminated, even the power of a primordial treasure at the innate level would be greatly reduced. The Desolate-era Netherworld was born from the filthy chi of a big world, and its bloodline magical power was like the accumulation of filthy souls and blood. Any living creature was extremely disgusted by it. Once contaminated, even the power of a primordial treasure at the innate level would be greatly reduced. To put it bluntly, it was hated by both ghosts and gods. It was not a good thing, and once contaminated, it would only bring bad luck without any benefits. Against such filthy things, even heavenly Dao realm experts would choose to retreat immediately. In fact, it wasn't because they were afraid of its power, but because they were worried that they would be contaminated, causing damage to themselves. At the next moment, the dark green withered claw hovering above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness suddenly lit up. The second form of the Netherworld Claw had been fully activated by him. A few almost at the same time, the tens of dark green claws that darted out exploded at the same time. The raging dark green energy swirled in the air, expanded and expanded, then transformed into a series of dark green skulls that were tens of millions of miles long. Fierce flames flickered in those skulls' huge eye sockets as they dashed out at the three-legged gold crow in front of them, as if they had teleported. Bam! 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 As soon as they approached, all of these dark green skulls rumbled and exploded apart without exception. Green liquid raged through space, and it covered the heavens and the earth while a strand of an evil aura that made one feel nauseous swiftly swept out. Boom! Boom! The three-legged golden crow's eyelids twitched as a look of disgust appeared on its face. Its massive body, which was nearly 50 million kilometers long, rapidly retreated. It was too large and its speed was very fast. Unknowingly, it caused an earth-shattering rumble in the void. Screech! Look! Upon seeing this scene, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of the black fog avatar. It raised its head and roared, instantly activating the mental energy in its body again. At the next moment, the Annihilation Spear, one of the two mental attack mystic techniques, was fully activated by the Black Fog avatar. The Annihilation Spear extracted a large amount of mental energy, but it didn't transform into a mental vortex. Instead, it transformed into an extremely tiny that was like the tip of a spear as it ruthlessly stabbed out. Under such circumstances, a large amount of mental energy was extracted, but the attack was targeted at the smallest dot. This tiny dot that transformed into a battle spear was so sharp that it was indestructible. Buzz! Buzz! A buzzing sound was heard, and the mental source core that hovered above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness also spun faster and faster as the mental energy circulated. In the blink of an eye, a tiny mental beam formed by the extreme compression of a large amount of mental origin power shot out from the Black Fog avatar's sea of consciousness. It was like an infinitely dense and heavy thread, and it carried the shadow of a battle spear as it rumbled forward, facing the three-legged golden crow. Yi Xian had been using his mental energy almost all the time, and he continuously performed various mental mystic techniques and divine abilities. This was something that could not be helped. The three-legged golden crow was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will of the golden crow great world. Just like the primeval heaven's eye, it did not have a physical body at all. Under such circumstances, although physical attacks like the big-headed black stick could hurt it, they could not shake its foundation. The nine-colored divine flame was originally the best choice to deal with this kind of existence. However, the three-legged golden crow had devoured all the stars in the great world when the golden crow great world that it ruled collapsed completely and was completely swallowed by the endless void turbulence. It had turned its body into a black gold sun condensed from pure black flames of destruction, and it was naturally immune to flames. The effects of physical attacks were barely satisfactory, and the nine-colored divine flame was not very effective either. Naturally, they could only use mental mystic techniques to suppress it. Although Yi Xian was rather depressed about continuously exhausting his mental energy, it had to be said that mental energy was quite miraculous when dealing with such an existence. At the very least, the three-legged golden crow was clearly fearful of the annihilation spear, a secret technique that Yangming had unleashed with all his might. Under the pressure of the dark green blood from the dozens of dark green skulls that exploded, it retreated even faster. Yi Xian attacked continuously, and it could be said that he had made a big fuss. How could he just watch as the three-legged golden crow calmly withdrew? I've already prepared my next move. Screech! At this moment, the ferocious ape suddenly raised its head, and a resounding dragon roar suddenly sounded at this moment. In the next moment, the black gold dragon scale that was suspended in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness suddenly trembled, and a large amount of origin energy was extracted, causing it to fall into a dim and weak state. A demonic dragon phantom that was millions of kilometers long suddenly appeared behind the true form of the three-headed, six-armed demonic ape. Its eyes were faint, as if it was opening a gap, in an instant. Even this corner of the void seemed to flicker as the demonic dragon phantom's eyes opened. There was also an invisible mysterious force that restrained the black gold sun's figure, as if this gaze had imprisoned the void and fixed its figure. Shockingly, it was the most powerful ability of the demonic dragon's bloodline that the black gold dragon scale represented. Seeing through darkness and darkness. Demon the dragon was the torch dragon, also known as the torch dragon. The black gold dragon scale that was suspended in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness contained the torch dragon's bloodline inheritance, which included seeing through darkness and darkness. The torch dragon's bloodline ability was contained in a pair of torch eyes. When this pair of torch eyes was opened, it was day, and when they were closed, it was night. Of course, the so-called opening eyes was day, and closing eyes was night was just a description, but it showed the mysteriousness and power of the torch dragon's bloodline ability. At this moment, Yi Xian fully activated the black gold dragon scale that was suspended in the sea of consciousness in his sea of consciousness, performing seeing through darkness and darkness. The three-legged golden crow was caught off guard, and its entire body was imprisoned. Although, with its cultivation strength, this kind of imprisonment could only last for a short moment or two, but it was enough for Yi Xian. Puff, puff, puff. At the same moment when the three-legged golden crow's body abruptly stopped in the void, the dozens of skulls exploded and turned into dark green blood. In an instant, it had already covered half of its huge body. Filthy with the bloody body, the aura of the three-legged golden crow's cultivation instantly dimmed. It was also at this moment that the invisible spear formed by the annihilation spear, a secret technique of spiritual power, also whistled and pierced through its ribs in an instant. Unfortunately, it lost its accuracy and did not hurt the head and other vital points. Otherwise, the three-legged golden crow might have died on the spot. This is not enough. Screech! These thoughts flashed through its mind, and the eyes of the skeleton clone flashed with a cold light. It raised its head and raised its right arm, and the ferocious withered demon blood blades slashed through the void of 200 billion miles. Puff! A bloody light suddenly appeared like a waterfall across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the three-legged golden crow. It slashed through its right shoulder and almost cut off the three-legged golden crow's right wing. At this moment, its huge right wing drooped down and hung weakly on its body. A large black river gushed out from its wound. It was the heavenly Tao's origin black liquid, screech. Only at this moment did the invisible sealing power of the torch dragon's divine ability dissipate. The three-legged golden crow raised its head and let out a heaven-shaking howl, revealing endless unwillingness. No matter what, he never thought that the situation would reverse so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was once again bloodied in the void. Screech! Only when the withered demon blood blade slashed out from afar and almost cut off its right wing did the invisible sealing power of the torch dragon's divine ability dissipate. The three-legged golden crow raised its head and let out a heaven-shaking howl, revealing endless unwillingness. No matter what, he never thought that the situation would reverse so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was once again bloodied in the void. But, unfortunately, no matter how unwilling he was, he could no longer reverse today's battle. Just now he had suffered heavy injuries, and now he was in an extremely serious state of injury. He only had half of his combat strength left, and if he continued to stay here, the final result would definitely be his death. Screech! Master of the Magic Hall, this sovereign will definitely take revenge for today's humiliation. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the three-legged golden crow once again let out a heaven-shaking howl, revealing monstrous anger and endless unwillingness. Tight then, he directly tore through the void. With a flash of his huge body, he turned into a black and gold light. In the blink of an eye, he entered the crack and disappeared. Obviously, this old fellow knew that there was no hope for today's battle, so he immediately fled into the parallel void to lie low. After all, he was a peak heavenly way at the Great Circle of the 9th stage, and he had been in this realm for a long time. Even among the peak heavenly way at the Great Circle of the Great Circle, his cultivation and strength were among the best. He was also known as the 10th existence among all the heavenly way beasts on the left bank. When such an existence was determined to escape, even the current Yi Xian could not stop him. After all, the three-legged golden crow was different from the other heavenly way beasts. Yi Xian's 9-colored sea of flames was completely ineffective against him, and could not trap him at all. In an instant, the void crack that the three-legged golden crow had fled into was closed. Even if Yi Xian waved his hand and tore it open again, he would definitely not be able to trace the three-legged golden crow to the parallel void that he had fled to. Yi Xian was also a peak heavenly way at the Great Circle of the 9th stage, so he was well aware of this point, so he did not waste this effort at all. A trace of regret flashed in his eyes, and he turned to look at the heavenly way's black liquid hanging in the void in front of him like a river. Although that fellow had escaped, he had at least left behind a river of heavenly Tao origin black liquid. To Yi Xian, this battle was not in vain. Even though he already had the heavenly Tao black liquid in his possession, such a top-grade resource was extremely rare. Now that it was right in front of him, how could he not take it? Whoosh! Walala! Brain as the thought flashed through his mind, the violent ape immediately waved his hand, and in an instant, an invisible force shot out. The black liquid river that was hanging in the air in front of him instantly emitted a strange sound as it was directly sucked over and absorbed into the undying world within Yi Xian's body. Everything took a long time to describe, but in fact, from the moment Yi Xian waved his hand and blasted out the giant dark green claws to the moment when the dozens of nether claws exploded, the claws turned into the nether claws and turned into a huge dark green skull that exploded, forming a large stretch of blood that connected the sky to the earth, staining the three-legged golden crow's body, causing its condition to plummet and its cultivation aura to sink into darkness. Then, the Annihilation Spear's spiritual power secret technique was fully activated by Yi Xian, piercing the three-legged golden crow's ribs and injuring it. Then when the Torch Dragon Bloodline's most powerful ability was used, it caught the three-legged golden crow off guard and temporarily imprisoned it. Yi Xian also took advantage of this critical moment to summon the withered demon Bloodblade and almost cut off its right wing. In the end, the three-legged golden crow was heavily injured and had no choice but to tear open a crack and flee into the parallel void to seek refuge. From the beginning to the end, less than 10 breaths had passed. 10 breaths ago, although the three-legged golden crow was in a sorry state, it did not show any signs of defeat, nor did it fall into a disadvantageous position. But All of this was completely reversed in the span of 10 breaths. Yi Xian's attacks were too fierce, one after another. It was obvious that all of this was a result that had been calculated long ago. He had been waiting for the three-legged golden crow here for a long time and predicted that it would end miserably today. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, the heavenly beasts and experts of the left bank who were hibernating in the void billions of miles away finally regained their senses. Their bodies shook violently, and their expressions changed drastically. They sucked in cold breaths, and exclamations of shock and astonishment instantly filled the sky and earth, resounding like a tide. Heavens, in such a short time, this battle actually ended in such a hurry? This is a bloody battle between two peak heavenly Tao experts at the peak of the 9th level. Logically speaking, shouldn't this battle last for months and years? This is too shocking. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has endless methods. In the end, he clearly used the Torch Dragon's most powerful bloodline ability, the Annihilation Spear. He even possesses the demonic dragon bloodline. It's simply heaven-defying. Monster. An unprecedented monster. Did this guy really come from the great wasteland world? This is simply unimaginable. I also deeply doubt this. After all, the incarnation of the will of the heavenly Tao in the primitive world has been defeated countless times by him. This situation is simply illogical. Defeated, the three-legged golden crow was actually defeated. This battle of the pinnacle actually ended in such a way. It's simply shocking. Exclamations of shock and horror rose from all around. This battle of the pinnacle finally came to an end. Yi Xian was unscathed, but the three-legged golden crow, the strongest expert of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land, fled with extremely serious injuries in the void. Like a stray dog, he escaped into the parallel void and lay dormant and licked his wounds. This was already the second time that he had been defeated by Yi Xian, and both times, he had been seriously injured and bloodied in the void. This point alone was enough to explain everything. If it was said that in the earth-shattering battle nearly a year ago, Yi Xian had used the fallen sky bow to severely injure the three-legged golden crow, causing him to retreat in a hurry out of unwillingness, then, today Yi Xian had openly caused him to suffer heavy injuries in a one-on-one battle. Moreover, from the beginning to the end of this battle, Yi Xian had practically held the advantage, forming a domineering aura towards the three-legged golden crow. All of this was witnessed by the other heavenly Tao ferocious beasts of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land, the hundreds of desolate venerables and powerful figures, as well as the large number of heavenly Tao ferocious beasts of the left bank who were secretly lurking in the void billions of miles away, and could bear witness to this without a doubt. After this battle, the three-legged golden crow, who was ranked 10th among all the heavenly Tao ferocious beasts of the left bank, would change hands after today. But it was hard to say whether the new 10th on the left bank would be the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. Because, although Yi Xian had the true form of the devil ape and was considered to have the bloodline of a ferocious beast, his original body was still that of a human. Based on this point, he was not qualified to be ranked among the ferocious beasts of the left bank. God, I'm afraid you have this battle strength, but you are not a ferocious beast, so how can you squeeze in? Dang. However, all of this was left to the ferocious beasts of the left bank. Yi Xian was not interested at all. Whether it was the ferocious beasts of the left bank or the ferocious beasts of the left bank, he could not be bothered with them. What was truly important was his own strength. In the Milky Way, strength was the most important thing. The fist was the absolute truth. Chapter 51:30. Heavens! Did this battle actually end so quickly in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint? This is a bloody battle between two peak 9th order great perfection heavenly Tao. Logically speaking, shouldn't they have fought for years? Defeated, the three-legged golden crow was actually defeated. This battle of the pinnacle actually ended in such a way. The top 10 of the left bank's heavenly Tao beast list is finally going to change. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, can at least replace the three-legged golden crow and squeeze into the top 10, or even higher. Yes, from the beginning of this battle, he was not injured at all. In such a short time, he made the three-legged golden crow, who was originally ranked 10th on the left bank, seriously injured and fled. I'm afraid that even the ninth on the left bank can't do this. I'm afraid this will cause controversy. It's not that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is not strong enough, but although he has the bloodline of the demon ape and can be considered a fierce beast, his original body is of the human race. How can he enter the heavenly Dao beast list? This is a problem. As the battle came to an end, the heavenly beasts of the left bank and the experts of the heavenly way who were lurking in the void a trillion miles away immediately exclaimed and began to discuss among themselves. After the three-legged golden crow fled, the vast void that had fallen into a dead silence suddenly became noisy again. Yi Xian did not pay attention to all this because he was completely uninterested. After putting away the heavenly Dao origin black liquid that was hanging in the void in front of him like a river, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. The three great demon bodies instantly turned at the same time and looked toward the edge of the golden crow forbidden land in front of them. Previously, when the black golden sun formed by the three-legged golden crow rushed out of the golden crow forbidden land star domain and stopped abruptly at the edge of the star domain, it was followed by 8 heavenly law ferocious beasts, hundreds of desolate Zune-old monsters, and even more desolate antiquity great beings. These existences had all gathered behind the black golden sun at that time, watching Yi Xian covetously from 200 billion miles away. Even after the battle between Yi Xian and the three-legged golden crow, these old fogies did not retreat. Instead, they stayed at the edge of the golden crow forbidden land to watch the battle from afar. Today, the three-legged golden crow had escaped with serious injuries. However, even though he had escaped, the monk and the temple had escaped. Putting aside the countless forbidden and ferocious beasts in the various abandoned planets in the Golden Crow forbidden grounds, at least the hundreds of powerful figures, desolate supremacy, and the 8 heavenly law ferocious beasts that had followed the three-legged golden crow out of the forbidden grounds and were eyeing Yi Xian covetously. They were even watching the battle leisurely from afar. Hiss! Hiss! Just as Yi Xian turned around to look, an incomparably clear sound of silk tearing could be heard from that direction. There were a total of 6 of them. The 6 old fogies among the 8 heavenly law ferocious beasts were the fastest to react. They immediately waved their hands and tore open a void rift. They hurriedly entered it and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Clearly, they had entered a parallel void to seek refuge. This left Yi Xian speechless. Even though he was a peak heavenly law at the 9th stage of perfection, when a heavenly law expert of the same realm entered a parallel void, there was no way to pursue him. However, although 6 had escaped in the blink of an eye, there were at least 2 heavenly law ferocious beasts left behind. Killing them was basically enough to vent his anger. Hiss! With these thoughts flashing through his mind, the black fog avatar of the 3 demon bodies did not hesitate any longer. He immediately raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. At that moment, the spiritual source core that was suspended above his sea of consciousness began to rapidly revolve again. An invisible spiritual force instantly radiated out like a tsunami, instantly enveloping the hundreds of ferocious beasts in the void ahead. At that moment, the black fog avatar was using spiritual suppression. This was a kind of spiritual mystic technique that used spiritual force to form a mental attack. Compared to the spiritual sense attacks of human cultivators, spiritual force was more traceless, so it was basically impossible to guard against it. The hundreds of ferocious beasts in front of him were only mighty figures and desolate supremacies. There were only 2 heavenly law beasts, and they were only at the mid-stage. With Yi Xian's current peak heavenly law cultivation at the 9th stage of perfection, there was no suspense at all when he suddenly moved and instantly suppressed them. In fact, it was indeed so. As the spiritual force completely enveloped them, the hundreds of ferocious beasts were instantly hit. The last 2 heavenly law ferocious beasts were about to escape. At this moment, however, for some reason, his body suddenly froze, and his consciousness instantly fell into a trance. It was as if he had been bewitched, and his eyes were filled with confusion and sleepiness. Roar! Kacha! A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he instantly rushed forward. The ferocious ape raised its head and roared angrily. The big-headed black stick was like a giant pillar that held up the sky. It struck out twice in succession, smashing directly at the heads of the 2 heavenly law ferocious beasts. Black the Fog doppelganger also activated the spiritual source core that was suspended in the sea of consciousness in its brain. In an instant, a thunderbolt exploded above the heads of the two heavenly law ferocious beasts. A blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 1,000,000 miles suddenly appeared and struck down from above, instantly making them dizzy. Before they could regain their senses, the big-headed black stick had already smashed down. Bang! Bang! A resounding bang shook the heavens as the black rod smashed onto their enormous bodies. These two ferocious beasts of the heavenly Tao didn't even have the time to react before their entire bodies instantly exploded apart, and they transformed into two clouds of scarlet-red mist that swiftly spread out. Huff! However, two heavenly law blood essences naturally could not be wasted. The howling of the wind instantly rang out. The black fog body immediately waved its hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out. Push! This blood mist swept over and directly sent into the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron to begin the blood essence condensation. At this point, the number of heavenly law blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had increased by 2. Previously, he had already reached a total of 53. Now, he had a whopping 55. Not only were these two heavenly law ferocious beasts unable to escape in time, but Yi Xian was also not prepared to let go of the other almighties and desolate supremacies. Following the three-legged golden crow out of the golden crow forbidden land in front of them was enough to show that these old fellows were all his trusted subordinates. Now, although the three-legged golden crow had escaped when he saw that the situation was not good, his trusted subordinates had to bear Yi Xian's fury. Boom! Rumble! Bang! 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 Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately made his move. The violent ape's big-headed black stick smashed out again and again, and the skeleton doppelganger's purple-gold giant fist also continuously swung out. In an instant, an earth-shattering boom rang out in the void. Accompanied by the dense sound of frying beans, these hundreds of almighties and desolate supremacies of the Forbidden Land did not have the ability to resist at all. Their incomparably huge bodies were instantly blasted apart. Void in the air, a cloud of blood mist spread out. There were nearly 300 almighties and more than 100 desolate supremacies. All of them were blasted into a cloud of blood mist. This scene was extremely bloody and revealed an endless killing intent. It was terrifying and shocking. A large number of heavenly law ferocious beasts and survivors of the left bank who were hibernating in the void 1,000,000,000 miles away gasped and exclaimed in horror. In an instant, it was like a tide that covered the sky and earth. Boom! Bang, bang, bang! In the void, accompanied by the dense sound of frying beans, a cloud of blood mist spread out. There were nearly 300 almighties and more than 100 desolate supremacies. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of almighties and desolate supremacies who had followed the three-legged golden crow out of the Forbidden Land star area, without exception, were all killed and blasted into a cloud of blood mist. Not a single hair was left behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This was an extremely shocking amount of resources. The violent ape immediately waved his hand and absorbed all the blood mist that was spreading out into his body. Collect. The harvest was too great. He originally had more than 200 Almighty's blood essences, but now he had more than 400. Even the blood essences of desolate supremacies, which he originally had around 70 to 80 pieces, were now more than 100 of them. Such a scene was extremely bloody and revealed an endless killing intent. It was terrifying and shocking, and it was definitely rare to see. The Almighties and desolate supremacies were like chives that were being harvested in a large scale. 1,000,000,000 miles away, a large number of heavenly law ferocious beasts and survivors of the left bank who were hibernating in the void 1,000,000,000 miles away gasped and exclaimed in horror. In an instant, it was like a tide that covered the sky and earth. It's too cruel. No wonder he is called the Master of the Magic Hall. This kind of means is simply terrifying. The Almighties and desolate supremacies are like chives that are being harvested in a large scale. Is his original body really a human? His original body is a ferocious beast, and one with a more savage and violent bloodline. I'm afraid that even he might not be able to be so bloody. This kind of means is simply like that of a demon god. This violent ape cannot be provoked. Just like us, we all have existences from extremely powerful forbidden lands or star domains behind us, leaving behind our own bloodline descendants. Even though we can flee if we are no match for it, the powers behind us will suffer a calamity. They will be affected by the disaster, all of them killed. His temperament is too ruthless. He clearly has subordinates under him, and he also has a forbidden land of the magic hall under his name. Yet, he still wantonly kills and doesn't care at all. After this battle, the name of the master of the magic hall will probably spread throughout the entire left bank. Who would dare to easily make an enemy out of him again? This is an existence that will immediately kill people as if they are cutting grass. Roar! Following these exclamations, Yi Xian also raised his head and roared. The huge three-headed and six-armed figure instantly collapsed into a hanging sea of blood, and then quickly condensed. In less than half a breath, the entire sea of blood condensed into a weak blood light. Blood with a flash, a violent ape walked out. It was about 10 feet tall, but the cultivation aura in its body remained extremely powerful. It was at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm at the 9th order perfection realm. It had an unparalleled bearing as it looked down at the void. A ferocious glint flashed in his eyes as he looked into the distance. 500 billion kilometers away, there were figures lurking in the darkness. They were all heavenly Tao realm experts from the ferocious beast forbidden lands and the remnant stellar domain. There were more than 100 of them. Dang! However, the number of heavenly Tao realm beasts and remnant star domain experts in the entire left bank's right bank was far more than that. The ones that had arrived were just a tiny portion of them. Upon sensing the warning and ferocious gaze from the violent ape, the heavenly Tao beasts and remnant star domain experts lurking in the darkness of the distant void immediately fell silent. The exclamations came to a halt as they kept silent out of fear. Among them, there were a few peak heavenly Tao realm experts at the 9th order perfection realm, but they were not as strong as the three-legged golden crow. Now, even the three-legged golden crow had been heavily injured by the violent ape in a short period of time. It had fled in a sorry state like a stray dog. Again, coupled with the violent ape's brutal and bloody methods that resembled a massacre, the image of a demonic killing god had already been invisibly established. It was difficult to erase it. Even the few peak heavenly Tao experts lurking in the shadows did not dare easily reveal any ill intent to prevent misunderstandings and calamities. This was the effect that Yi Xian wanted. Outside the human realm's impression of him had always been that of an iron-blooded killer. He was extremely ruthless and would kill at the slightest disagreement. But in fact, Yi Xian was definitely not a person with a murderous nature. Such an image was deliberately established by him. On the one hand, he did need to hunt beasts to refine their blood essence. On the other hand, it was because he was easily bullied for being kind. Instead, he had a bad reputation. The more ferocious he was, the less people would typically dare offend him. Yi Xian was not afraid of himself, but the crux of the matter was that the magic hall's forbidden land had appeared. He had to do his best to make his name known. Only then would no one easily provoke him. Rip! Retracting his gaze, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and tore open a crack in the void. He stepped into it and soon disappeared into the distance. The heavenly Tao beasts and experts of the left bank, who had gathered in the void far away from the Golden Crow's forbidden land, also dispersed one after another. They were originally worried that Yi Xian would rush into the Golden Crow's forbidden land and start a massacre. But in the end, that was not the case, which made them feel slightly relieved. This was also the result of Yi Xian's deliberate actions. He could be iron-blooded and ruthless, but there had to be a reason. Every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. No, in that case, if he wantonly killed for no reason and destroyed a forbidden land, he would definitely incur the wrath of the people on the left bank. At that time, it would not be good. Until at this point, his revenge could be considered to have come to an end. Of the 33 heavenly Tao beasts who participated in the encirclement, except for the three-legged golden crow, the primeval heaven's eye, and the ghost realm forbidden lands nightmare 3, the rest were all killed. This was equally shocking. After the news spread on the left bank, no one would be able to shake Yi Xian's fierce reputation. As for the three-legged golden crow and the other two old guys, They were now hiding in the parallel void and would not come out for the time being. But there was no hurry. There would be a time to settle the score in the future. The matter had come to an end, but Yi Xian did not intend to return to the forbidden land of the magic hall on the right bank immediately, because the refining of the level 31 primordial pill was imminent. Now, the first thing he had to do was to implement the perfect pill formula of the primordial pill. He had started the derivation of the pill formula, and now he handed it over to the devouring system in his body. He poured all his computing power into the derivation all the time. But the level 31 primordial pill was not a trivial matter. According to Yi Xian's estimation, in addition to the innate 5 elements medicinal catalyst, other elements must be added. Yes, he had no clue about this, but not long ago he was enlightened. At that time, Yi Xian found some information related to this from the remnant soul of the dark jade star python in the red refining forbidden land. In the countless years ago, there was an amazing expert on the left bank of the Milky Way who made a bold attempt. He managed to collect some Heavenly Way original liquid and started to study it based on the secret refining method of the survivors of the remote antiquity. His efforts were not in vain. This expert finally found something and said that he could use 9 kinds of Heavenly Way original liquids to refine a kind of treasure liquid called the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Treasure Liquid. Heavenly, after consuming the 9 Great Tao Treasured Elixir, it would be beneficial to the primordial chaos Great Tao Realm Cultivator, who was at the pinnacle of the 9th stage. The remnant star domain that this remnant expert had been in back then was the Chaos Lac star domain, which was known as the strongest star domain in the right section. In the past, in order to get more Heavenly Way original liquids, the mysterious expert who refined the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Treasure Liquid said that whether it was the remnant experts or the ferocious star beasts, as long as they could bring 9 different kinds of Heavenly Way original liquids, he could refine the Heavenly Way Great Tao Treasure Liquid, but he would take half of the refined liquid as a reward. This was something that happened millions of years ago. Some peak Heavenly Way original liquids obtained more or less of the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Treasure Liquid from him, then left and went into seclusion to break through to the primordial chaos realm. It was the same for this mysterious ancient expert, but he was even more careful when he left. There was no news of him overnight, and no one knew where he had gone. It was said that even in the remnant star field where he was, no one knew where he was. Since this person left, the Heavenly 9 Great Tao Treasure Liquid had been lost on the left bank of the Milky Way. Over the past millions of years, although there were countless remnant experts who were good at refining flesh and blood medicine, no one was able to refine it. Regarding this matter, Yi Xian had to personally go to the remnant star area where he was to verify it and see if he could find some information left behind. This remnant star area called Flood Tower happened to be in the right bank of the left bank of the Milky Way. It was known as the strongest star area in the right bank of the Milky Way. Even the Golden Crow Forbidden Land, where the 3-legged Golden Crow lived, was slightly inferior to this remnant star area. On the left bank of the Milky Way, since there were ferocious beasts and forbidden land rankings, there would naturally be remnant and star area rankings. The ferocious beasts and remnant rankings reflected individual strength. The Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts were all Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts of the left bank, while the Heavenly Tao remnant rankings were all primordial remnants. The Forbidden Lands and Starfield rankings showed the overall strength of the Forbidden Lands. The Forbidden Lands were the ominous beast Forbidden Lands of the left bank, while the Starfield rankings were all the remnant Starfields. For example, the 3-legged Golden Crow was ranked 10th on the left bank's Heavenly Tao Ferocious Beasts list. The Golden Crow Forbidden Land where he lived was also ranked 10th on the left bank's Forbidden Land list. As for the Flood Tower Forbidden Land, it was ranked 10th on the Star Area rankings, just like the Golden Crow Forbidden Land on the left bank's Forbidden Land list. But the strongest remnant expert in the Flood Tower Forbidden Land was not able to enter the top 10 of the Heavenly Tao remnant rankings on the left bank. In the Flood Tower Forbidden Land, there were more than 30 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts. This number exceeded the 20 Heavenly Tao ferocious beasts of the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. This among the 30-odd remnant Heavenly Tao, the one with the strongest cultivation level was naturally the peak Heavenly Tao at the 9th stage of perfection. Furthermore, it wasn't just one, but 2 of them. This one of them was called Hong Tao, and the other was called Hong Jiang. Although the 2 of them did not enter the top 10 on the left bank's Heavenly Tao remnant rankings, their rankings were not weak either. They had already entered the top 20. The Flood Tower starfield that Hong Tao and Hong Jiang ruled was located on the right bank of the left bank. From ever since the first set of 5 elements medicinal catalyst was collected, Yi Xian had already begun stirring up trouble in the left bank's right bank. By now, his ferocious name had shaken all the ferocious beast forbidden lands in the right bank. However, other than the ferocious beast forbidden lands, Yi Xian had never come into contact with any remnant star area in the left bank's right bank. This time, when he launched his revenge operation, he had nearly raided the entire right bank's right bank. Even when he encountered remnant star areas along the way, he did not enter them. Previously, when he was in seclusion to break through to the heavenly Tao realm in the boundless darkness zone in front of the right bank, he had encountered a 7th stage heavenly Tao remnant expert who had been blinded by Lard and wanted to kill him to steal his treasures. At the very most, after Yi Xian transcended the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, he activated the 9 transformations Devil Ape bloodline ability in his body and directly used the 9th transformation. His combat strength instantly soared to the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. In a fit of anger, he attacked the 7th stage remnant expert. Heart in his great shock, the 7th stage remnant expert knew that he was bound to die, but he was unwilling to accept it. Therefore, he injected most of his strength into his intrinsic magic treasure. Then, using the force of his body's explosion, he tore open the void and took the opportunity to send his intrinsic magic treasure into it. The purpose of this action was clearly to send a message. Furthermore, this intrinsic magic treasure could not exist for long. His soul had already perished, and the intrinsic magic treasure was connected to it. It was only forcefully holding on. At most, it would explode and turn to dust in the time it took for an incense stick to burn. After this person died, Yi Xian had also tried to track down the intrinsic magic treasure he had sent. Although he failed to find it, Yi Xian did not take this matter to heart. This, in his opinion, it was nothing more than a transmission treasure. Since it was a remnant expert of the heavenly Tao, this person must have come from a powerful star domain ruled by the remnant experts of the primordial era. Yi Xian had gone to forbidden lands with fierce beasts, so the remnant experts of the star domain had no interest in getting involved. Therefore, even if this transmission treasure reached the destination, it would not have much of an impact on him. Furthermore, his cultivation realm had already entered the heavenly Tao realm. After activating the 9 transformations Devil Ape bloodline ability and using the 9th transformation, he was already considered one of the best among the peak heavenly Tao at the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. What was there to fear? This matter had long been thrown to the back of Yi Xian's mind. He did not even remember it now. However, things in the world were always so coincidental. Yi Xian would never have thought that the 7th stage remnant expert he had killed back then happened to be one of the 30-odd remnant experts of the heavenly Tao in the Chaos Tower Forbidden Zone. Furthermore, this person's status in the Chaos Tower Forbidden Zone was not low. This was because the 2 peak heavenly Tao overseeing the Chaos Tower Forbidden Zone, namely Hong Tao and Hong Jiang, happened to be the elder brother of this 7th stage remnant expert, Hong. The Chaos Tower star domain was extremely vast. There were more than 30 remnant experts of the heavenly Tao in the entire star domain, making its status extremely high in the entire left bank and right bank. Even the Golden Crow Forbidden Zone overseen by the 3-legged Golden Crow did not dare to provoke it. But of course, it was impossible for all 30-odd remnant experts of the heavenly Tao to be in the star domain. Remnant experts were different from fierce beasts. Remnant experts needed to refine all kinds of treasured medicines for their cultivation. They needed to collect flesh and blood as well as all kinds of natural treasures. Although there was an area in the Chaos Tower star domain specially left some abandoned stars to rear fierce beasts, the treasured medicines refined by heavenly Tao realm experts were no trivial matter. Ordinary fierce beast materials could not satisfy their needs, let alone continuous consumption over the years. So therefore, a third of the 30-odd remnant experts of the heavenly Tao in the Chaos Tower Forbidden Zone, which was about a dozen people, would roam outside, hunting powerful fierce beasts to collect flesh and blood as well as searching for all kinds of natural treasures in the endless primordial dark void. So when one batch returned, the next batch immediately left. Among the 20-odd remnant experts of the heavenly Tao, There would occasionally be some who would enter the parallel void for seclusion to cultivate or refine treasured medicines. So therefore, in the Chaos Tower star domain, there were usually only about a dozen remnant experts of the heavenly Tao overseeing the star domain. At this moment, on a huge planet deep in the Chaos Tower star domain, the dozen remnant experts of the heavenly Tao overseeing the star domain were gathered in a palace hall on the peak of a huge mountain. However, the expressions on their faces were not good. They were gloomy and gloomy. Among them, Hong Jiang, one of the two-peak heavenly Tao experts, was the most gloomy. His face was so black that it could drip water. Chaos Tower star domain. On a huge planet deep in the star domain, in a palace hall on the peak of a huge mountain, more than a dozen remnant experts of the heavenly Tao gathered together. However, their expressions were not good. They were gloomy and gloomy. Among them, Hong Jiang, one of the two-peak heavenly Tao experts, was the most gloomy. His face was so black that it could drip water. His cheeks twitched slightly from time to time, and his eyes flashed with a sinister light, revealing a trace of anger and killing intent that was so dense that it could not be dispersed. Hong Jianghong was the older brother of the Seventh Order remnant expert who had been killed by Yi Xian. Not long ago, he had obtained information from the life-bound magic treasure that the Seventh Order remnant expert had self-destructed, including the image and aura of Yi Xian, who was in the state of a violent ape. He had locked onto the murderer of his brother, however. Hong Jiang suspected that the violent ape that appeared in the life-bound magic treasure was the magic hall's master, Yi Xian. However, he could not be sure. And just a day ago, the two remnant experts of the heavenly Tao who had gone to the Golden Crow Forbidden Ground to watch the battle returned. They brought back the image of the battle between Yi Xian and the three-legged Golden Crow. One after seeing it, Hong Jiang instantly confirmed his guess. The violent ape in the image was identical. Even its aura was the same. Without a doubt, the murderer of his brother, Hong Fei, was the magic hall's master, Yi Xian. Although Hong Jiang knew his brother's temperament very well, he could roughly guess that he must have encountered the magic hall's master, Yi Xian, while undergoing his heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. He must have mistaken him for an ordinary ferocious beast that had just entered the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, he had the thought of killing him to steal his treasures and collect the ferocious beast's flesh and blood. That was why he took the initiative to provoke him. However, this was not important. In the cosmos, the strong were revered. When faced with such an opportunity, even he would not turn around and leave. He would most likely take action. From this point of view, Hong Fei's death at the hands of Yi Xian was due to his inferior skills. There was nothing to be resentful about. However, as Hong Fei's elder brother and a peak heavenly Tao at the great perfection of the 9th stage, he was not weaker than Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian. As such, if he did not take revenge for his brother, it would be inexcusable. More if it was serious, it was very likely that this matter would affect his Tao heart, causing him to completely lose the opportunity to break through to the primordial chaos Tao realm in the future. Hong Jiang was not the only one who knew this. Hong Tao and the other remnant experts of the heavenly Tao were also well aware of this. The primordial chaos forbidden ground only had two peak heavenly Tao at the great perfection of the 9th stage. Any one of them had the opportunity to break through again and enter the primordial chaos Tao realm. If Hong Jiang's Tao heart was damaged because of this matter, completely losing the possibility of a breakthrough, this was definitely something they did not wish to see. To the entire primordial chaos star region, it was a huge loss. Moreover, Hong Fei wasn't just Hong Jiang's younger brother. He was also one of the more than 30 heavenly Tao experts in the Chaos Lac Galaxy. Judging others by their own standards, if such a thing happened to him and the Chaos Lac Galaxy didn't avenge him, how sullen would it be? Therefore, even though this matter had nothing to do with them, Hong Tao and the other heavenly Tao experts in the primordial chaos star region still attached great importance to this matter. Right now, the remnant experts of the heavenly Tao who happened to be in the primordial chaos star region gathered together to discuss this matter. Not only does this concern fellow Taoist Hong Jiang's Tao heart and the opportunity to enter the primordial chaos Tao realm in the future, but it also concerns the face and reputation of our primordial chaos star region. The remnant experts of the heavenly Tao in the hall looked around. Hong Tao, who had the strongest cultivation, was the first to express his opinion. Halfway through his sentence, his expression sank. After a short pause, he nodded and continued, "No matter what, our primordial chaos star region is ranked 10th among all the remnant experts of the primordial chaos star region on the left bank. In addition, the primordial chaos star region's 9 heavenly Tao treasured pills that were refined by ancestor Hong Ke was famous on both sides of the Milky Way. Even after millions of years, our primordial chaos star region is like a holy land among the remnant experts of the primordial chaos star region on both sides of the Milky Way. Even the 9 remnant experts of the primordial chaos star region on the left bank, whose overall strength is ranked higher than our primordial chaos star region, are respected. It can be said that as the heavenly Tao experts of our primordial chaos star region, everyone present is an existence that is revered wherever you go. After all, Hong Fei is one of the heavenly Tao experts of our primordial chaos star region. Now that he has fallen at the hands of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, this matter has not spread yet. If news of this spreads and our primordial chaos star region does nothing about it, we will definitely be criticized. How can we face others when we travel the 2 sides of the Milky Way in the future?" Hearing these words, Hong Zhang's gloomy expression eased slightly. However, he still did not speak. His brows were tightly knitted together as if he was thinking about something. His dozen or so remnant experts of the heavenly Tao also voiced their agreement. They whispered to each other in 2s and 3s, and their expressions were quite excited and indignant. Revenge will naturally be avenged, but this matter, there is no need to be in a hurry. Hong Tao and the other remnant experts of the heavenly Tao had all expressed their opinions. Hong Jiang was shrewd and astute, so he naturally knew how to respond. He could not be too hasty on this matter. That would be bad. The more humble and patient they were, and the more they considered the overall situation of the star region, the more miraculous it would be to facilitate this matter. Yes, therefore, after his expression eased, he turned to look at everyone in the hall. He suppressed his anger and said, "However, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is extremely ferocious. Even the 3-legged golden crow, who is ranked 10th on the left bank's heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, was not his match. In a short time, it was seriously injured by him and fled. Although the overall strength of my Chaos Lac Star region is stronger than the Golden Crow Forbidden Land, whether it is this old man or fellow Taoist Hong Tao, although we are both peak heavenly Tao masters of the 9th stage, in terms of individual strength, we are slightly inferior to the 3-legged Golden Crow. Although this grudge must be avenged, the master of the magic hall is not to be trifled with. Therefore, revenge cannot be done rashly. Otherwise, if it causes a huge loss to my Chaos Lac Star region, this old man will definitely feel uneasy. It is better to think about it at length and come up with a foolproof plan." In fact, this was exactly what the other remnant experts of the heavenly Tao in the hall were thinking, including Hong Tao. Only yes, it was inconvenient for them to say such words. Otherwise, if they caused Hong Jiang to misunderstand, it would be bad. Such as now that they saw Hong Jiang being so righteous and taking the initiative to express that they could not be impulsive in this matter, and that they had to endure first and slowly think about it. Everyone's hearts immediately relaxed. Their hearts that were hanging in their throats settled down, and they hurriedly agreed. Among them, Hong Tao's smile was the brightest. His heart was originally beating like a drum. After all, he was the person in charge of the Chaos Lac Star region. If he really wanted to make a move against the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, he would be the one to bear the brunt of it. Now that this matter could be temporarily put aside, it was naturally for the best. Swish! At this moment, a ray of light shot in from outside the hall. A remnant of the heavenly Tao in the hall reached out and received it. After inspecting it, his expression changed and he was stunned for a moment. Only then did he look at Hong Tao with a strange expression and say hesitantly, "The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has come to visit." Huh? One hearing this, Hong Tao was dumbfounded on the spot. This person actually took the initiative to come knocking on his door? How am I supposed to break this? Chapter 51:31. Swish! A weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and a ray of light shot into the hall. One of the survivors of the heavenly Tao reached out and received it. After checking it, his expression changed. He was stunned for a moment before he looked at Hong Tao with a strange expression and said hesitantly, "The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has come to visit." One hearing this, Hong Tao was dumbfounded on the spot. This person actually took the initiative to come here. What should I do? Not only him, but the other survivors of the heavenly Tao in the hall were also the same. All of them had their mouths wide open and their faces were filled with surprise and shock. No one expected that the master of the magic hall, Yixian, would actually take the initiative to come to visit at such a time. The entire hall fell into a complete silence, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it made people feel depressed. Especially Hong Jiang, after being slightly stunned. His expression instantly turned ashen. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his fists subconsciously clenched tightly. He hadn't even gone to look for him. But this guy actually took the initiative to come to him. This was simply too much. At this moment, he felt like his entire body was about to explode, and he had a strong urge to explode on the spot. Putting aside the time when he was on the right bank, at least after arriving on the left bank, this person has only been tormenting himself in the vicious beast forbidden grounds and has never come into contact with any survivors of the star field. After frowning and muttering to himself for a moment, Hong Tao's eyes flashed with a dark light. He turned to look at everyone in the hall, paused for a moment, and then continued. So, he has no way of knowing Hong Fei's identity and background. From this point of view, the master of the magic hall, Yixian, should not be here to provoke us? Indeed. Hearing this, the survivor of the heavenly Tao who had just raised his hand to receive the light of the transmission took over the conversation and said, the desolate sovereign who welcomed him from outside the star field said that the master of the magic hall, Yixian, came here today because he had long heard of the name of the ancestor of the Hong Kei. So that's how it is. He is coveting the secret refining method of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. Hong Tao was stunned for a moment, and then a look of realization appeared on his face. His eyes instantly burst out with a bright light. It is said that this person has already refined the heavenly Tao elixir. This time, he used the name of revenge to wreak havoc in the right bank of the vicious beast forbidden grounds and collected a few types of heavenly Tao elixir. From this point of view, the heavenly Tao elixir of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, to use the heavenly Tao elixir of the heavenly Tao elixir of the heavenly Tao elixir. After being reminded by him, the dozen or so survivors of the heavenly Tao in the hall seemed to have been enlightened. They all came to a realization. After whispering a few words to each other in groups of 2s and 3s, someone immediately expressed his position. Between his words and expressions, there was clearly a hint of excitement and greed. If that's the case, then this is an excellent opportunity. Exactly. The master of the magic hall, Yixian, didn't know that fellow Taoist Hong Fei was from our Chaos Lac Star region. This time, he came here with the excuse of looking forward to meeting ancestor Chaos Lac Star region. He would absolutely not expect that we would make a move against him. Although he has the bloodline of the devil ape and can be considered as a ferocious beast, his true body is a human. It is said that this person's natural talent and attainments in the Tao of alchemy are extremely monstrous and shocking. He can even refine the heavenly Tao elixir, and this is the proof. Now that he is unguarded and has taken the initiative to enter our Chaos Lac Star region, we can take advantage of this opportunity to set up an ambush and keep him here. In this way, on the one hand, we can avenge fellow Taoist Hong Fei and wash away the humiliation of our Chaos Lac Star region. On the other hand, we can force out all the knowledge in the Tao of alchemy that he possesses. Or we can directly search his soul after suppressing him. What's more, he has the heaven-falling bow, the farmer god's cauldron, the 9-colored flame sea, the blood sea secret technique, and a heaven-defying secret technique that can increase one's cultivation by an entire level without a time limit. This is definitely doable. At this point, all the survivors of the heavenly Tao in the hall were extremely excited, and Hong Jiang was even more so. The expression on his face revealed a ferocious expression, and he was eager to give it a try. In fact, Hong Tao, as the master of the star domain, was also interested in this, and it was not just an ordinary interest. However, he had to consider the overall situation, so he had to carefully calculate the success rate of this matter. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, he immediately frowned and fell into contemplation. His mind spun rapidly as he fully activated his powerful divine sense to ponder and deduce with all his strength. The people in the hall did not urge him. All of them suppressed the excitement in their hearts as their eyes shone brightly. Their gazes converged on Hong Tao as they quietly waited for the results of his deduction. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is still in the dark. In addition, in order to explore the secret refining method of the Nine Heavens Great Tao Elixir, he took the initiative to visit our Hong K star domain as a gesture of goodwill. He will definitely not be wary of us. This kind of opportunity will not appear again in the future. After a while, Hong Tao's deduction seemed to have come to a conclusion. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he continued. Although his combat strength is astonishing, and even if this old man and all of you join forces, we may not be able to completely suppress him. However, if we use Patriarch Hong K's abode to set up the Cosmos Furnace formation, and we have a dozen or so Tao of Heaven experts controlling the formation as the core of the formation, we have a 70% chance of suppressing him. 1. The entire hall was in an uproar as the survivors of the Heavenly Tao became excited. All of them were extremely excited as they immediately spoke. If that's the case, then what are we hesitating for? This kind of heaven-sent opportunity will not appear again in the future. Let's just leave the master of the magic hall here today. Calculating the time, he should have rushed here immediately after leaving the Golden Crow Forbidden Land. During this time, he did not come in contact with anyone else. In other words, no one outside knows that the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, has come to Hong K star domain. If that's the case, once we suppress him, the heaven-falling bow, Farmer God's treasure cauldron, nine-colored flame sea, blood sea secret technique, and the heaven-defying secret technique that can raise one's cultivation by an entire realm will all belong to Hong K star domain. We don't even have to worry about anyone secretly coveting it. The Great Universal Furnace formation is no small matter. With more than 10 Heavenly Tao experts guarding it, including 2 peak 9th stage Great Perfection Heavenly Tao experts, we will definitely be able to suppress him. The area where Ancestor Hong K's Cavern Star is located has always been like a holy land in Hong K star domain. Normally, no one is allowed to enter that area. It is indeed the best place to set up the Great Universal Furnace formation. Furthermore, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, came here for the 9 Heavenly Tao Elixir. It's normal for us to take advantage of the situation and lure him into Ancestor Hong K's Cavern Star. We will definitely not arouse his suspicion. If that's the case, the 70% success rate is still a little conservative. With such a high probability of success, this is a feasible plan. Since we've decided, this old man will first lead a few fellow Taoists to set up the formation. It just so happens that this old man's heart is burning with hatred, so it's inconvenient for me to meet him. After all, the divine senses of a Heavenly Tao expert are very sharp. We can't let our guard down. After finishing his last sentence, Hong Jiang did not stay any longer. He immediately stood up and led the 4 Heavenly Tao survivors away in a hurry, K-star domain. Staring the outer realm's void, Yi Xian was standing with his hands behind his back. At that moment, he did not appear in his ape form. Instead, he had returned to his original human appearance. In front of him were 7 survivors, desolate supremacies. All of them bowed slightly with ingratiating smiles on their faces. Clearly, they were extremely respectful. Dang! However, amidst the respect, there was a slight tremor. Clearly, they were extremely nervous and fearful. Such as today, Yi Xian was already infamous in the right half of the left bank. Even typical Heavenly Tao realm experts would not dare to breathe loudly in front of him. Much less desolate supremacy, however. Yi Xian now had the appearance of a human. He looked extremely young and handsome. Furthermore, he had a kind smile on his face. However, he had been through a lot of killing. He had already fused it into his aura. Furthermore, he had the dignified bearing of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. It imperceptibly transformed into a suppressive might that emanated. Even desolate supremacy would not be able to straighten his back in front of him. This time, Yi Xian had come for the refinement method of the 9 Heavenly Tao Elixir. Although there were rumors in the outside world that even the ancient survivor named Hong K had not left behind the refinement method of the 9 Heavenly Tao Elixir in the Chaos K-star domain, it was impossible for him to do so. However, from Yi Xian's point of view, even if there was no complete refinement method, There should be some manuscripts left behind in the Chaos K-star domain. Yes. To him, these things were enough. From them, he could see Hong Kei's train of thought and inspiration. Just this alone was enough for Yi Xian to use as a reference. Since Yi Xian naturally would not be rude since he was here for the exchange of alchemy. When he arrived, he even sent a greeting card. Furthermore, he had no interest in killing the survivors. Therefore, as Hong Tao and company had guessed, Yi Xian did not have any wariness in coming to the Chaos K-star domain this time. He had never expected that the Heavenly Tao survivors in the Chaos K-star domain would take the initiative to target him despite his infamous reputation and the fact that he had just severely injured the 10th-ranked three-legged golden crow on the left bank's Heavenly Tao beast list in such a short period of time soon. More than 10 figures shot over from the star domain in front of him. They were all survivors, and the cultivation auras emanating from their bodies were all at the Heavenly Tao realm. Hongjiang was not here. He had already led 4 survivors of the Heavenly Tao to the depths of the Chaos K-star domain to set up the Chenquin furnace array. At this moment, the leader of the dozen or so survivors of the Heavenly Tao that were shooting over from the star field in front of them was actually Hong Tao. Everyone quickly arrived nearby and abruptly stopped 300 meters in front of Yi Xian. The remaining survivors of the Heavenly Tao all had smiles on their faces. They were obviously very hospitable. Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoist Yi Xian's arrival immediately brightens the entire Chaos K-star domain. It's really a blessing. Before Yi Xian could speak, Hong Tao took the initiative to cup his fists and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Yi, you have just defeated the three-legged golden crow and suddenly visited my Chaos K-star domain. This is indeed unexpected, but I am overjoyed. Fellow Taoist, although you have the bloodline of the devil ape, your original body is of the human race. Speaking of which, we survivors of the primordial era actually have the bloodline of the human race, so we are not considered outsiders. In the battle not long ago, fellow Taoist Yi killed everyone and made the three-legged golden crow, which is ranked 10th on the left bank's Heavenly Tao ferocious beast list, flee in defeat. It was really satisfying and made all of us survivors feel extremely excited. Fellow Taoist, you have such a cultivation and power at such a young age. It really makes this old man very happy. There are many talents in our human race, and fellow Taoist Ye's talent is unparalleled among them. You are really a celestial." Although these words were a little mushy, they pointed out his position and did not arouse suspicion. Moreover, it was obvious that he wanted to get close to Yi Xian and build a relationship with him. In this way, Yi Xian would obviously be even less vigilant. This old man Hong Tao's shrewdness was really not ordinary. He deliberately did this in order to numb Yi Xian as much as possible. In fact, Yi Xian did not have any suspicions because he could not think of any reason why the survivors of the Heavenly Tao in the Chaos Lac star field would want to deal with him. There was no reason at all. Of course, part of the reason was obviously that Yi Xian was too confident. Now, even his own cultivation had stepped into the Heavenly Tao realm. Under the state of the Devil Ape's 9th transformation, his cultivation had reached the peak of the Heavenly Tao realm. Moreover, it was not an ordinary peak of the Heavenly Tao, but one of the best even among the peak Heavenly Tao. In addition, he had the Shinong Cauldron, which could protect him in any danger. He even had the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. Even if he was not a match, he could at least escape in an instant. All of this was enough to make him extremely confident in himself. Now that he had come to the remnant star field and had politely paid a visit, his vigilance naturally dropped to the lowest point very quickly. The two sides exchanged greetings for a while. Under Hong Tao's warm invitation, Yi Xian was accompanied by a dozen or so other survivors of the Heavenly Tao from the Hong Kei starfield. They arrived at the Hong Kei Hall that they had just discussed. "Fellow Taoist Yi, I've heard that your attainments in the Tao of medicine are extraordinary and that you have even refined a Heavenly Tao treasure. Even this old man is amazed by this. This time, it's rare for you to be invited to my Chaos Lac starfield as a guest, so you can't just leave casually. You must stay for a few more days. This old man is itching to learn more about the Tao of medicine with fellow Taoist." After the host sat down, Hong Tao's face was full of smiles. He took the initiative to mention this matter and earnestly asked Yi Xian to stay for a few more days so that they could exchange their Tao of medicine. This old man, in order to numb Yi Xian and eliminate the vigilance in his heart, This old man had really spared no effort. What he said was also reasonable. Not to mention that Yi Xian didn't have any vigilance in the first place. Even if he did, after hearing these words, he was afraid that his vigilance would dissipate. Just by listening to the meaning of Hong Tao's words, Yi Xian knew that this was exactly what he wanted. He originally came here to inquire about the refining method of the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid or to gain some experience. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to invite him, there was naturally no reason to refuse. Therefore, Yi Xian immediately agreed with a smile, then changed the topic, cupping his hands and saying, "Fellow Taoist Hong Tao, to be honest, this hall has indeed refined the heavenly Tao treasure liquid. But this medicine is useful to the subordinates of this hall, but it is meaningless to this hall. However, the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid refined by Senior Hong Ke has an extraordinary effect on the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, and the primordial chaos realm after breaking through to the heavenly Tao realm. This is truly amazing. In terms of Tao of medicine and talent, although this hall is not inferior to others, compared to Senior Hong Ke, I'm afraid that this hall is still inferior. I've come to visit you in the Chaos K Starfield because I've heard so much about you, Senior Hong Quebec. I wonder if you have any notes on the refinement of the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir, or any other information about it. If you do, I hope that fellow Taoist can lend it to me for a look. This hall will remember, and will definitely reward you greatly. I've come to visit you in the Chaos K Starfield because I've heard so much about you, Senior Hong Quebec. I wonder if you have any notes on the refinement of the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir, or any other information about it." As he spoke, Yi Xian cupped his fists and said to Hong Tao, "If you do, I hope that fellow Taoist can lend it to me for a look. This hall will remember, and will definitely reward you greatly." As expected, when he saw Yi Xian mention the refining manuscripts of the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid without saying much, Hong Tao was delighted in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He, pretending to be slightly surprised, he exchanged glances with the other survivors of the heavens Tao in the hall, and then he frowned and fell into deep thought. This kind of reserve was naturally an act. Otherwise, if he immediately agreed to this matter, it would probably draw the suspicion of Yi Xian in an instant. By the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid was really no small matter. Not to mention the Chaos Lac Star Field, even in the entire left bank, it was absolutely a supreme treasure that could cause a mighty uproar. To tell you the truth, this old man has roughly guessed fellow Taoist Ye's intentions and purpose for coming to visit this time. After a long time, Hong Tao sighed. After pondering for a short moment, Hong Tao finally spoke, and a wisp of a helpless expression appeared on his face. He shook his head and sighed before he continued. Since Ancestor Hong Ke left, the secret technique to refine the 9 grand Tao treasured elixir of the 9 heavens was lost. If I calculate the time, it has already been 1,000,000 years, and it's truly a great regret. There has always been a rumor in the outside world that Ancestor Hong Ke's manuscripts are definitely kept in my Chaos Lac Star Field. Actually, fellow Taoist Yi is absolutely not the first person to come to my Chaos Lac Star Field in these past few years and want to take a look at Ancestor's manuscripts. This old man has long since become accustomed to such requests. Not to mention that if the 9 heavenly Tao treasure liquid can reappear on the left bank, then not only would it be a fortunate thing for all the fellow Taoists on the left bank, the benefits my Chaos Lac Star Field would obtain would obviously be even greater. So, this old man naturally has no reason to refuse this matter. When he spoke up to hear, he shook his head once more while the bitter smile on his face grew deeper. However, to be honest, this old man doesn't hold much hope for fellow Taoist Ye's purpose of coming here today. Because even if the manuscripts really do exist in Ancestor Hong Ke's abode, I'm afraid you won't be able to obtain them. Oh? I'd like to hear the details. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as his interest was piqued. Ancestor Hong Ke's cave abode is located on the Chaos K planet, which is located on the left side of the Chaos K starfield. After Ancestor Hong Ke left 1,000,000 years ago, the Chaos K starfield listed that place as a holy land. It's not just the Chaos Lac Star. The other stars around it have been empty all these years. No one from the Chaos Lac starfield has settled there. The other stars around it are fine as they only have a few top-grade spirit herbs growing there. The higher-ups of my Chaos Lac Star would occasionally go there to harvest them for refinement. However, very few people have set foot on the Chaos Lac Star where Ancestor Hongke's abode is located. Even this old man has only been there a few times. These red lotuses are actually the karmic red lotus fire, which cultivator like us hasn't killed before. Once one comes into contact with this karmic red lotus fire, all of the bad karma accumulated throughout one's life will instantly be ignited, transforming into karmic red lotus fire that burns one's body and soul. It's impossible to predict, and it's extremely dangerous. The reason why the karmic red lotus fire occasionally appears on the surface of the Chaos Lac Star is because Ancestor Hongke's abode is located within the core of the star. Truth be told, Ancestor Hongke's abode within the core of the star is merely an entrance that connects to a parallel space. That parallel space is where Ancestor Hongke's abode truly resides. If Ancestor Hongke really did leave behind the refinement notes for the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, then it must be in that parallel space. However, I can't enter that place. Back then, there was a fellow Taoist who was skilled in the Tao of fire manipulation. His cultivation was at the 8th stage of the heavenly Tao, and because he was very confident, I persuaded him to enter that parallel space. However, as soon as he entered, the soul lamp he left outside extinguished, and he died on the spot. I'm sure I don't need to explain how terrifying the karmic red lotus fire is, but I don't know why Ancestor Hongke isn't afraid of it. However, there's one thing I'm certain of, and that is that when Ancestor Hongke refined the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, he used the karmic red lotus fire. It could even be said that it was necessary. Therefore, in the ancient records of the Chaos Lac Star field, there's an unproven and unverifiable ancient saying. This ancient saying clearly states that the 9 heavenly Tao elixir that Ancestor Hongke left behind in that parallel space is indeed the manuscript. However, only those who don't fear the karmic red lotus fire, or those who can refine such a terrifying flame, can obtain it. The reason for this is because the refinement of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir requires the karmic red lotus fire. Otherwise, even if one obtains the manuscript, they won't be able to refine the karmic red lotus fire if they can't tame it. That's probably why Ancestor Hongke left the manuscript in the parallel space enveloped by the karmic red lotus fire instead of bringing it out and keeping it with the higher-ups of the Chaos Lac Star field. I see. Hearing this, Yi Xian finally understood. Although the sudden news of the red lotus karmic fire had indeed shocked him, at the same time, Yi Xian was secretly delighted. Because from what Hong Tao said just now, although the parallel void connected to Hongke's star core was extremely dangerous, if there were no accidents, Hongke's manuscript for refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was very likely to be left there. Since that was the case, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't miss it. Although the karmic red lotus fire was indeed mysterious and terrifying, once it came into contact with it, it could unknowingly ignite the evil karma accumulated in one's life, turning it into a karmic fire that could burn one's body and soul. However, Yi Xian's Shenong treasured cauldron contained the Shenong 9-colored flame, so he might not necessarily be afraid of the karmic red lotus fire. He might even have the opportunity to devour the karmic red lotus fire and refine it. However, this was only a guess and he didn't have the slightest confidence. He would only know after he tried. After all, the karmic red lotus fire was too extraordinary and too mysterious. It was even more powerful than the so-called world-extinguishing black flames. Yi Xian hadn't come into contact with it before, so he couldn't accurately determine its strength. It seems that fellow Taoist Yi has made up his mind. Yi Xian insisted on exploring Hongke's star core cave dwelling. Hong Tao frowned and pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, "That's fine too. Fellow Taoist Ye's cultivation is astonishing, and more importantly, you have the Shenong 9-colored flame. Perhaps you can find a way to resist the karmic red lotus fire. The refinement method of the 9 heavens great Tao elixir is no small matter. The elixir has been lost on the left bank for millions of years. If it can reappear in fellow Taoist Ye's hands this time, it will be a very good thing for my Hongke starfield. In that case, this old man will wish fellow Taoist a triumphant return here. However, fellow Taoist, you must not force yourself. If you enter that parallel void and find that you can't do anything, you must remember to immediately turn around and return. Where there's life, there's hope. In any case, Ancestor Hong Kei's cave dwelling is right there. It won't run away. If there's really no other way, we can come up with another plan. In the end, Hong Tao stood up and cupped his fists towards Yixin. He reminded him in detail with a face full of concern. The other survivors of the heavenly Tao in the hall also stood up and nodded when they heard what he said. It had to be said that this group of fellows were indeed old foxes who had lived for a long time. Not only Hong Tao, but the other dozen or so people were also extremely shrewd. They didn't reveal the slightest flaw. They were practically possessed by drama queens. That was right. Even Yixin couldn't see any clues. When he saw how righteous Hong Tao and the others were and how concerned they were with him and reminded him not to act rashly and to prioritize his own safety, he even felt a little touched and felt a little touched. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of air being torn apart rang out. After everything was agreed upon, the group no longer hesitated. Under Hong Tao and the others' lead, Yixin followed behind the survivors of the heavenly Tao and rushed out of the planet where Hong Kei Palace was located. They rushed towards the left bank in the depths of the Chaos K Galaxy. The Chaos K Galaxy was extremely vast. Even though they were traveling quickly in the galaxy, the group of heavenly Tao experts still took half a day to reach the region where Hong Kei's cave dwelling was located. In the dark void in front of them, there were nearly 100 abandoned planets lying in the void. Some were near and some were far. In the center was a huge planet. If there were no accidents, this huge planet should be where Hong Kei's cave dwelling was located. Hong Tao and the others did not continue forward. They stopped 10 billion kilometers away from the circle of nearly 100 planets. Turning around to look at Yixin, Hong Tao raised his hand and pointed forward. He said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, this area is the sacred land of the Chaos K Galaxy. The biggest planet in the middle is Ancestor Hong Kei's cave dwelling. The entrance to the passage parallel to the void is within the core of the planet. Fellow Taoist, you must be careful. Red lotus karmic fire will appear on the surface of that planet from time to time. It's impossible to guard against it. Therefore, if there's no need, we will not set foot in it. If fellow Taoist wants to explore the interior of the planet, it's best that you activate your defensive measures before you land on the surface of the planet. This is to prevent you from being caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the karmic fire." Hum. As soon as his voice fell, an imperceptible low buzzing sound came from the void in front of them. Everyone subconsciously looked towards the source of the sound and saw that in the center of the star circle 10 billion kilometers away, on the right side of the surface of the largest giant star, a red light flashed quietly. It was an ocean formed by red flames. Every wave in the ocean was in the shape of a red lotus that was about 3 meters in size. It looked incomparably enchanting, and it even emitted a creepy and mysterious aura. No, it didn't matter. The red light that was like an ocean flashed and disappeared like a flash in the pan. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the left side of the planet as if it had entered the depths of the earth. Hong Tao did not say anything else. After retracting his gaze, he looked at Yixin and shook his head with a bitter smile. The meaning behind his words was no different from saying, "See, I was right, wasn't I? Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist. Don't worry, I won't be reckless. If I really can't do it, I will immediately retreat." Yixin was also a little frightened. His expression was solemn. As he spoke, he cupped his fists towards Hong Tao and the others and did not say anything else. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and shot into the distance. Great Elder, this kid, could it be that he really took out the other half of Ancestor Hong Kei's refining manuscript? When Yixin's figure appeared in the distance, the smiles on the faces of Hong Tao and the others instantly disappeared. Their expressions all became extremely gloomy, revealing a malicious intent. One of them immediately spoke out with a hesitant expression on his face. He turned to look at Hong Tao and paused for a moment before continuing. Back then, when Ancestor Hong Kei left, he left behind instructions for the secret refinement method of the 9 Great Tao treasured elixir of the 9 heavens. If one gathered the refinement manuscripts he left behind, they would be able to obtain But because refining the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir required the red lotus karmic fire, Ancestor Hong Ke split the manuscript into 2. One half of the manuscript was left in the parallel space enveloped by the red lotus karmic fire. He said that he would wait for fate. As for the other half of the manuscript, the reason why he gave it to our Chaos Lac Starfield was to ensure that the fated person who could subdue the red lotus karmic fire would be able to form a good relationship with our Chaos Lac Starfield. In the future, when he refines the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, at least our Chaos Lac Starfield would be able to share a share. After all, the other half of the manuscript was provided by us. But now we are about to attack the master of the magic hall, Yixian. Clearly, we will form a grudge. If he really does obtain the other half of the manuscript in the parallel space, then Ancestor Hong Ke's arrangements will be completely meaningless. With the temperament and style of the master of the magic hall, Yixian, I'm afraid that he will not be able to bury the hatchet with our Chaos Lac Star Field. These words made sense. Hong Tao and the others frowned when they heard this and fell into deep thought. The 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was indeed no small matter. If the master of the magic hall, Yixian, could really subdue the red lotus karmic fire in the parallel space, then after he obtained the other half of the manuscript, the Chaos Lac Starfield would only need to provide the other half of the manuscript. This supreme elixir that had been lost for millions of years on the left bank would be reborn. But if they really activated the universal furnace array, they would most likely miss out on this opportunity. What a joke! Just as Hong Tao was hesitating, a cold voice suddenly sounded from the side of the void. Hong Jiang walked out with a gloomy face. He first glanced at the heavenly Tao survivor who had just spoken. Then his gaze landed on Hong Tao. How can the red lotus karmic fire be so easily subdued by a random person? Although this child has the 9-colored flame sea, that is only because he obtained the Shinnong Cauldron. If we really talk about the Tao of fire control, can he be more proficient than that 8th-level survivor? That's true. Hong Tao nodded and seemed to have made a final decision. He turned to look at Hong Jiang and the other survivors of the heavenly Tao. Finally, a cold light flashed in his eyes and he waved his hand. If that's the case, then there is no need to hesitate. There is no time to lose. This child's methods are extraordinary. I'm afraid that the situation will change if we delay. Everyone, enter the array and activate the Universal Furnace Array. Chapter 51:32. That's true. Hong Jiang's words made Hong Tao make the final decision. As he spoke, he turned to look at Hong Jiang and the other survivors of the heavenly way. Finally, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hand. In that case, there's no need to hesitate. There's no time to lose. This kid's means are extraordinary. I'm afraid there will be changes if we delay. Everyone, enter the array and immediately activate the Great Universal Furnace Array. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as Hong Tao's voice fell, the survivors of the heavenly way immediately moved. More than 20 people rushed forward and rushed to the star circle formed by more than 100 abandoned stars in front of them. Previously, Hong Jiang had already led the 4 survivors of the heavenly way to hurriedly set up the array. They buried a large number of array flags in the nearly 100 stars, forming an invisible Great Universal Furnace Array. There were more than 20 main array cores in this array, and they were the 20 or so stars among the 100 or so stars. Now Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and the others were rushing toward these 20 or so main array cores. The other dozens of stars were the secondary array cores. When the array was activated, the nearly 100 stars would instantly condense into one. With the powerful cultivation base of Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and the other survivors of the heavenly way, relying on these nearly 100 stars, they would absorb a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi from the void and transform it into an invisible great furnace force. They would then launch an all-out attack on the Hongke Cavern star in the center of the star circle. The power of this grand formation was extremely terrifying. Even the peak heavenly Tao of the 9th stage grand perfection realm would be trapped inside. If the core of the Hongke Cavern star, as well as the vast and majestic red lotus hellfire in the parallel void were included, even Yixian, who was one of the best in the peak heavenly way of the heavenly way, would be completely suppressed and trapped. He would not be able to hold on for long, and would soon be seriously injured and dying. At that time, Hong Tao and the others would be able to activate the power of the Great Universal Furnace Array and teleport him out of the Hongke Cavern Star like a dead dog. They would be able to control his life and death with just a thought. Boom! Rumble! Very quickly, Hong Tao and the others all entered the main formation core stars. Without any hesitation, they communicated with each other with their divine senses and immediately activated the Cosmos Furnace Grand Array formation. An earth-shaking rumble rang out. At that moment, the 100 or so stars all shook together. Immediately afterwards, a deep rumble rang out from all the stars. The formation flags buried in the planet's core were activated by Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and the others at that moment. More than 20 people in the Tao of Heaven worked together, and the might of the entire formation's domain was instantly pushed to its limits. Rumble. Hum. In the next moment, a loud rumbling sound rang out. The originally low and weak buzzing sound of nearly 100 buzzing sounds converged into one, and it was incomparably blazing. Among the nearly 100 stars in the entire star circle, except for the Hongke Cave Mansion star in the center, all the other stars blossomed with boundless radiance. Nearly 100 stars were already dead. But now they were shining with dazzling light like stars in their prime, illuminating the entire chaos-lack starfield, which was hundreds of billions of miles away. What did she give birth to? Over there. Hiss. It's actually the star circle where Patriarch Honk's Cave Mansion's sacred ground is located. Such blazing starlight is clearly being activated by Heavenly Tao Realm experts. And there's more than one of them. They even formed some kind of mysterious formation. The Great Cosmos Furnace Array. This is definitely the rhythm of the Great Cosmos Furnace Array. What exactly happened? It actually made Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and the other Heavenly Tao elders join forces to activate our Chaos-Lack Galaxy's strongest star-killing array. In the next moment, nearly 100 stars blossomed with boundless starlight, illuminating the entire Chaos-Lack Galaxy. In the abandoned stars in the Chaos-Lack Galaxy, countless survivors trembled violently. When they looked over, their expressions changed drastically. Like a tidal wave, cries of shock and astonishment surged out like a tidal wave. Hum. The humming continued, and the more shocking it got, the louder it became. It was as though the entire void was resonating with it, vibrating along with it. The nearly 100 stars in the star circle changed at that moment. These stars were originally arranged in a disorderly manner in the void. Anyone who saw them would not have any special thoughts. But now, under the control of Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and more than 20 Heavenly Tao Realm experts, they used the array flags buried deep in the cores of the 100+ stars to form an invisible connection with each other, forming a single entity. The power of the domain was also being activated. Rumble! Boom! At a speed visible to the naked eye, among the nearly 100 stars, except for the Hongke Cave Mansion star in the center of the star circle, all the other stars moved rapidly in the void. Everything happened too fast. In just half an incense stick's time, the nearly 100 stars completed a new arrangement in the void. From their current arrangement, the nearly 100 stars clearly formed a huge furnace. This furnace had the void as its background, and the nearly 100 stars as its nodes. They all bloomed with blazing starlight and were connected by the power of the domain. The overall diameter of the furnace was as long as 360 billion miles. It was not an exaggeration to call it the universal furnace. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the dark void in the distance, in the abandoned stars of the Chaos-Lack Galaxy, a large number of survivors rushed out of the stars. Their faces were full of shock as they looked over from afar, all of them trembling violently. Swoosh! As they sucked in a cold breath, a tide of astonished exclamations came again, covering the sky and earth. Yes, yes. At this time, Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and the others who were guarding the more than 20 main nodes of the void furnace did not pay attention to all of this at all. They were completely distracted by the universal furnace array, so they had no time to care about other things at this time. Now, under their full strength, although the universal furnace array had been fully formed and fully activated, the power of the domain surged to the extreme. At this time, the Chaos-Lack Cavern star, which was still at the center of the star circle, suddenly looked like it was inside the furnace, was completely sealed. But their purpose was not only to seal the star and trap the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. What came next was the real highlight of the show. They would join forces to activate the second layer of the universal furnace array's power change. The first layer of the heaven-defying array's power change was only to seal, while the second layer of the array's power change was to unleash a shocking power of slaughter. The manifestation of this kind of slaughter power, besides the joint efforts of the more than 20 heavenly Tao experts in the main eye of the array, the more important support was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the endless void outside the universal furnace. Brain. All of this flashed through Hong Tao's mind. At this time, sitting on the peak of a certain mountain on a certain star, Hong Tao's eyes flashed. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone, the second layer of the universal furnace array slaughter is fully activated." The universal furnace array was unknown to the outside world. It was the number 1 killing array in the Chaos-Lax star field. The first layer of the heaven-defying array's power change was only to seal, while the second layer of the array's power change was to unleash a shocking power of slaughter, and the manifestation of this kind of slaughter power, besides the joint efforts of the more than 20 heavenly Tao experts in the main eye of the array, the more important support was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the endless void outside the universal furnace. Only by gathering massive amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy from the endless void as kinetic energy, and then using the manifested void cauldron array formation to convert it, could the heavenly Tao realm experts trapped within the cauldron be able to form a suppressive killing intent. Brain. All of this flashed through Hong Tao's mind. At this time, sitting on the peak of a certain star, Hong Tao's eyes flashed. He waved his hand. His voice was instantly transmitted, revealing an endless chill. "Everyone, the second layer of the universal furnace array slaughter is fully activated." Hum, boom, rumble. At this moment, as Hong Tao, Hong Qi, and more than 20 survivors of the heavenly Tao joined hands and pushed their cultivation bases to the maximum, the terrifying array field of the heaven and earth great furnace in the void that had a diameter of 300 billion kilometers was also fully activated. A heart-palpitating buzzing sound was heard. This time, the vast void within a radius of 1 trillion miles really trembled along with the universal furnace array's vibration, as though it was resonating with it. Nothing, a terrifying suction force was emitted from the heaven and earth great furnace. It sucked in all the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within 1 trillion miles of the void and turned it into a formless killing force. It crushed towards the Hongke cavern star in the void at the center of the great furnace. Whoosh! With a sound, Yi Xian's figure turned into a ray of light and flew away. In an instant, he was above the Chaos-Lax star in the middle of the star circle. Just now, he saw with his own eyes a red tide of flames that looked like an ocean suddenly appear on the left side of the planet. It disappeared in a flash. Every wave in the sea of flames was a terrifying karmic fire that was about 3 meters wide. They were in the shape of red lotuses, beautiful and terrifying. Yes, Yi Xian himself could not accurately judge the power of the red lotus fire. He did not have absolute confidence in it. Therefore, now that he was close to the star, he immediately took out the Shenong's treasure cauldron. It was only 10 feet in size and hung 1,000 feet above his head. It poured out a 9-colored mist that turned into a curtain to protect his whole body, just in case. After everything was done, he lowered his body and reached the surface of the star in the blink of an eye. Looking around, the surface of this Chaos-Lax star was no different from an ordinary abandoned star. What entered his eyes was only a desolation with undulating mountains, but there was no vegetation. The void was terrifyingly quiet. Vaguely, he seemed to be able to catch an extremely mysterious rhythm that existed invisibly, but he could not touch it at all. The atmosphere made his heart palpitate. The Chaos-Lax star's cave was located in the deepest part of the star's core, and the passage to the parallel void where the endless red lotus fire turned into an ocean was also in the core. Therefore, there was no need to stay on the surface of the star for too long. Yi Xian glanced around. Very soon, his figure flashed, and he entered the ground, heading straight for the core in the deepest part of the star's underground. Soon, he arrived. There was indeed a space that had been opened up in the core. It had a radius of 1,000,000 miles. In this vast space, some scattered red lotus fire wandered. Although they were delicate and beautiful, the aura they exuded was extremely shocking. Even Yi Xian did not dare to get close to them because he was not very confident. He shuttled through the scattered red lotus karmic fire. At the end of his line of sight, there was a floating palace. It was not very luxurious, and it was not very big either. It was only about 1,000 feet wide, and there was only one lonely main hall. The doors to the main palace were even open, but when one peered through the two open doors, all one could see was endless darkness, like a black hole, as if there was nothing inside. But if one extended their divine sense and entered the main hall, they would be able to capture a world formed by a sea of red flames. Obviously, the main hall was the entrance to the parallel void. This place was connected to the parallel void, shrouded by the endless red lotus fire. Whoosh, with a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian's figure came to an abrupt stop 1,000 feet in front of the main hall with a faint sound of breaking air. There was a hint of hesitation on his face. The main hall in front of him was not eye-catching. It was dark inside the main hall, and there was nothing. However, if he entered through the door, it would be like entering the passage to the parallel void. He would be facing a majestic sea of flames formed by the red lotus fire. Although he had the Shinnong 9-colored flame and the Shinnong treasured cauldron, he was still very afraid of the red lotus fire. At this time, he was indeed a little hesitant. This kind of top heavenly strange fire was too strange. It could ignite the accumulated bad karma of a living creature, turning it into an invisible fire that burned the body and soul. There was no way to defend against it, nor could it be extinguished. It could not be removed because this fire came from the body and existed in the dark. Although he was afraid, he was already here. There was naturally no reason to stop. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Yi Xian's figure instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed into the main hall, directly entering the parallel void. Whoosh! In an instant, the whistling sound of flames sounded in his ears. It was frightening. Yi Xian's heart was in his throat at this moment. He did not know if the 9-colored fog released by the Shinnong treasured cauldron hanging above his head could block the red lotus fire. Strong. As a result, he was pleasantly surprised. Before he entered the hall, he had compressed the 9-colored fog of the farmer god's treasured cauldron to a radius of only 10 feet. Although there were violent waves at this moment, it did not collapse just like that. Like this today, Yi Xian was already in an endless sea of red flames. The Shinnong treasured cauldron hung above his head. His body was protected by the 9-colored fog released by the cauldron, forming a light shield with a radius of 100 feet. He was unharmed. The Shinnong 9-colored flame is really extraordinary. At this moment, the heart that had been in his throat finally settled down. Yi Xian let out a long breath and murmured softly. A look of joy appeared on his face. What he did not know was that it was at this moment that the great universal furnace array was fully activated by Hong Tao and the others. It was just that he had already left the core of the Hongke Cauldron Star and entered the parallel void connected to the Hongke Cauldron Star field. He could not hear the various movements in the Hongke Star field at all. That is, in the next moment, as Yi Xian's figure wandered within the boundless red lotus karmic fire, a fiery red jade slip entered his eyes, causing his eyes to instantly light up as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss! Could it be the Hongke manuscript? After arriving at the core of the Hongke Cauldron Star, Yi Xian immediately entered the parallel void connected to the Hongke Cauldron Star field. Therefore, from that moment on, he was completely unaware of the various movements in the Hongke Star field. The movements were too loud, and he could not hear them at all in the parallel void. After confirming that the red lotus fire could not penetrate the dense light screen formed by the 9-colored fog of the Shinnong cauldron and threaten him, Yi Xian's heart that had been in his throat finally settled down. Soon, with the cauldron on his head, he wandered in the boundless red lotus fire. His purpose of coming here was to find the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir that Hongke might have left behind. However, this parallel void was already covered by the endless red lotus fire. In order to find the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, he had to wander around. That is, after a while, a fiery red jade slip fell into his eyes in the red sea of flames in the distance to his right. It was bobbing up and down. Yi Xian did not expect to have a result so quickly. After a moment of shock, his eyes lit up and he gasped, "Hiss! Could it be Hong Kei's manuscript?" This was simply too surprising. He originally thought that after entering this place, he would have to search for at least a period of time before he could find anything. In fact, it was very likely that he would not find anything in the end. This was because he did not have any accurate information that could prove that Hong Kei had indeed left the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir in this parallel void. However, the pleasant surprise came so quickly. After a few minutes, a blood-red jade slip appeared in the sea of flames in front of him to his right. "Oh my God! I'm afraid that this is not the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir's manuscript. It must be related to Hong Quebec. At the very least, it can be considered as a clue to find the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir's manuscript." Shio! As he moved, a ray of light shot out from the endless sea of flames in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the dense light screen formed by the 9-colored fog of the Shenong treasure cauldron under Yi Xian's permission and landed in his hand. He could not wait any longer. He immediately extended his divine sense into the jade slip and began to investigate. It really is Hong Kei's manuscript. In just an instant, Yi Xian's eyes were burning, but soon, they flashed and he frowned as he fell into deep thought. The jade slip in his hand was indeed left by Hong Quebec. It did contain the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir, but it was only half of it. It was incomplete. Until, as for the other half, Hong Kei had clearly stated in the jade slip that he had taken it out of the parallel void and handed it over to the upper echelons of Hong Kei Star Field for safekeeping. He also said that he hoped that the fated person who obtained this half of the manuscript would be able to live in harmony with Hong Kei Star Field. After obtaining the other half of the manuscript, he would be able to refine some of the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir for the upper echelons of the heavenly Great Tao elixir. In addition, Hong Kei had clearly stated in the jade slip that in order to refine the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir, one had to refine the Red Lotus Karmic Fire Mother Flame in this parallel void. Mother Flame. After refining the flame for one's own use, one would be able to obtain an endless supply of Red Lotus Karmic Fire. However, this Mother Flame was not so easy to find and refine. Hong Kei could not help in this matter, and could only rely on the methods and luck of the fated person. It seems that those old fellows in Hong Kei Star Field are up to no good. After putting away the jade slip in his hand, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light. As he muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth instantly curled up into a cold sneer. Yes, Hong Tao had not mentioned that the other half of Hong Kei's manuscript was in their hands. Just this point alone was enough to explain the problem. However, Yi Xian did not take this matter to heart. Wasn't it just half of the manuscript? Since it was confirmed that it was in Hong Tao's hands, then it was easy to deal with. If the old man honestly handed it over, then it would be fine. Otherwise, if he continued to play dumb, at most he would just snatch it away. This matter was not urgent. Hong Kei Star Field was a big place and the monk could run, but the temple could not. The other half of the manuscript would be obtained sooner or later. Now my top priority right now is to find that strand of Red Lotus Origin Flame. Since Hong Kei said that the Red Lotus Karmic Fire is required to refine the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir, he must not have said it without thinking. Not to mention, the Red Lotus Karmic Fire is a top-grade heavenly flame that is rarely seen. Now that I have encountered it, if I have the chance to refine it, it would be a great opportunity. Swish! After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately took action. He wandered through the boundless sea of karmic flames in search of the Red Lotus Origin Flame. Also, it was at this moment that something strange happened. Who? In the distance, the originally calm sea of karmic flames suddenly began to churn violently. Red lotuses of karmic flames that were around 3 meters in radius suddenly roared and wreaked havoc along with the endless waves of flames. The reason for this was obviously because the 20 or so survivors of the Heavenly Tao in Hong Kei Starfield had activated the Cosmos Furnace Formation and activated the second level of killing power of the formation. Yi Xian was currently trapped in the Hong Kei Cave Star by the Cosmos Furnace Formation, but because he did not rush out, he did not know about this matter. However, with the activation of the second level of killing power of the Cosmos Furnace Formation, even if he did not rush out, he would still be affected by the power of the formation, including the endless sea of karmic flames in the parallel void. Now that the flame energy had been activated, it instantly began to wreak havoc. Buzz? By the time Yi Xian reacted to what had happened, an incomparably deep buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Following that, as this majestic and endless sea of karmic fire raged, the dense light screen formed by the 9-colored dense mist poured out by the Shenong's treasure cauldron above his head shook even more violently, and it was still slowly shrinking inward. The diameter of the dense light screen was originally 10 feet, but now it was shrinking inward. This was clearly the riot of the endless red lotus karmic flames in the sea of karmic flames. This dense light screen was about to be unable to hold on any longer. As all of this flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. His eyes shone with a blazing light, revealing an endless chill. Although he did not understand what had happened, he could vaguely guess that it must have something to do with Hong Tao and the others. He might have fallen into a trap that they had set up long ago. Casting aside these thoughts, Yi Xian immediately rushed forward again and wandered in the endless sea of karmic flames. He had to find the mother flame as soon as possible and refine it. In this way, he would not be afraid of the endless karmic flames in the parallel void. 2 hours passed very quickly. There was still no trace of the red lotus mother flame, but the dense light screen that protected his body had shrunk to 10 feet. Now its diameter was only about 90 feet. There was not much time left. Yi Xian's eyes shone with a dark light as an idea flashed through his mind. An extremely bold idea instantly surfaced. Perhaps the crisis in front of me is actually a great opportunity. If I can use the red lotus karmic flames as a material to fuse with the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor for the 8th time, wouldn't the crisis be resolved instantly? As he muttered softly, Yi Xian immediately made a decision. He would try to refine the void-shattering shuttle again. In just 2 hours, the dense light screen that protected his body had been suppressed to a diameter of 90 feet under the raging of the endless karmic flames in the surroundings. It had shrunk to 1/10 of its original size. However, there was still no trace of the so-called red lotus mother flame. In the end, if this layer of dense light screen shrunk to its limit under the suppression, Yi Xian himself would be in a life-and-death crisis. Facing this kind of pressure, an idea flashed through his mind. In an instant, he had a bold idea. In his opinion, the crisis in front of him was actually a great opportunity. If he could use the red lotus karmic flames as a material to fuse with the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor for the 8th time, the crisis would naturally be resolved instantly. It sounded a little mysterious, but it was not completely impossible. After all, the fusion system that was attached to the devouring system in his body only needed to provide the treasure itself and some additional consumables when fusing treasures. The red lotus karmic flames in this parallel void might not be unable to be seen as a special kind of consumables for fusing. Moreover, once this was feasible, fusing the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor would definitely consume a huge amount of red lotus karmic flames. At that time, even if Yi Xian could not find the red lotus mother flame in a short period of time, he would not have to worry about the dense light screen that protected his body collapsing. After all, the red lotus karmic flames in this sea of flames were largely consumed, so its power would naturally be weakened. For example, in this way he would have more time to find the red lotus mother flame. As for the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor that had been fused with the red lotus karmic flames for the 8th time, its power would definitely soar to a surprising extent. After all, this was not an ordinary heavenly flame. Now Yi Xian's small private battleship, the void-shattering shuttle and the undying nirvana armor, had already been fused and condensed 7 times. Currently, they were starry sky treasures. Counting the time, the last 7th fusion was actually something that happened a long time ago. While the reason why he had not fused these 2 treasures for the 8th time for such a long time was mainly because he lacked a suitable material for the fusion. After reaching the level of Starry Sky Supreme Treasure, the next target would be the level of Desolation Supreme Treasure. This kind of artificially created treasure was different from the natural minerals, crystals, and other natural treasures. It was very difficult to reach the level of Desolation Supreme Treasure. It could be said that the fusion object chosen during the 8th fusion was extremely important. After mixing in, it would be able to cause a qualitative change to the two battle treasures. Previously, even though Yi Xian had countless treasures and all sorts of rare resources, he hadn't been able to find a suitable fusion object for a while now. In addition, the further the fusion went, the higher the chances of an accident that would cause the fusion to fail. Although the fusion system of the devouring system had not failed until now, it did not mean that such a situation would not occur. Fusion there was a clear explanation in the fusion system's description. There was a certain chance of failure in the fusion of treasures. Although it was not high, it still existed. The three treasures in Yi Xian's hands had been successfully fused several times, and each time, a rare treasure was fused. Yi Xian basically didn't have any of these treasures in his hands anymore. If he were to casually start a new round of refinement and fail, causing the battle treasure to collapse, Yi Xian probably wouldn't even have a place to cry. Yi Xian, it was precisely because the subsequent refinement had yet to begin. As Yi Xian's cultivation increased explosively time and time again, the three basic battle treasures that he carried with him weren't powerful enough, so Yi Xian hadn't used them for a long time. Yi Xian, a long time ago, the withered demon blood blade of the three personal treasures had been fused again. The results were very pleasing. Not only had it successfully advanced to the ancient desolate treasures level, but its power had also increased greatly. Even now, it was enough for him to use. Now that he had encountered a sea of red lotus hellfire, although it was a little risky in his opinion, it was worth it to take the risk to fuse the void-shattering shuttle and the indestructible glass armor for the 8th time. After making the decision, Yi Xian quickly took out the void-shattering shuttle and the indestructible nirvana armor from the immortal world. Then, he contacted the devouring system in his body and fully activated the supplementary fusion system. Next, after receiving the command, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Treasures that can be fused. Indestructible nirvana armor. Red lotus hellfire. Will you fuse them immediately? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Treasures that can be fused. Void-shattering shuttle. Red lotus hellfire. Will you fuse them immediately? Yes, I can use them. As the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind, Yi Xian's heart jumped. He was pleasantly surprised. Then, he did not hesitate and immediately gave an affirmative answer. Moreover, he fused them twice at the same time, very quickly. Soon, with a thought from him, the undying nirvana armor and void-shattering shuttle were both handed over to the devouring system. As for the red lotus karmic fire, it was right beside him, and the surroundings were boundless and boundless. Yes, the system was in his body. Therefore, for the fusion to start, he had to guide the red lotus hellfire into his body. Otherwise, if the fusion materials were not in place, the 8th fusion of these two treasures would obviously become empty words. It was impossible to start. However, guiding the red lotus hellfire into his body was an extremely dangerous thing to do. If it were someone else, it would be tantamount to courting death. That is, even though Yi Xian had already confirmed that the 9-colored fog of the farmer god's cauldron could block the mysterious power of the hellfire, it was still extremely dangerous to let the red lotus hellfire enter his body with the 9-colored fog. If something went wrong and it leaked, it would affect his body. Then, everything would really be destroyed. But now there was no way out. The crisis in front of him was right there, and there was no other way to solve it. Whoosh! With a flash of cold light, Yi Xian immediately thought and activated the farmer god's cauldron. It opened up a sealed passage in the fog that enveloped him, leading directly to his body. This passage was completely formed by the 9-colored fog released by the farmer god's cauldron. In an instant, it guided the red lotus hellfire into Yi Xian's body. It was like a passage, but the red lotus hellfire in the passage did not come into contact with Yi Xian's body. The moment it arrived, it was immediately guided away by the devouring system. The next moment, he keenly felt that the pressure of the sea of flames pressing down on the light screen had suddenly lightened. After all, the originally raging sea of flames now had a passage to vent its flame energy. This result made Yi Xian heave a sigh of relief once again. Everything was still daunting but not dangerous. Cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Very quickly, soon, as the red lotus hellfire, as the refining material, continuously flowed through the dense passage formed by the nine-colored fog. The familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind once again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 8th fusion of the indestructible Nirvana armor has begun. Progress 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 9th fusion of the void-shattering shuttle has begun. Progress 1. It has finally begun. Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief. His inexplicably tight heartstrings immediately relaxed. Chapter 51:33. As the red lotus karmic fire, which was used as a smelting material, continuously flowed through the dense pipe formed by the nine-colored fog. A familiar system prompt quickly sounded out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 8th fusion of the indestructible Nirvana armor has begun. Progress 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 9th fusion of the void-shattering shuttle has begun. Progress 1. It had finally begun. At this moment, Yi Xian subconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. His inexplicably tight heartstrings immediately relaxed from the beginning to the end. Although his combat weapon, armor, and battleship had fused many times, there had never been a situation of failure. Until now, he had succeeded 7 times in a row, and the void-shattering shuttle had even succeeded 8 times in a row. However, the further the fusion went, the higher the possibility of failure. Same as the further the fusion went, the more serious the loss to Yi Xian would be if the fusion failed. Being worried about his gains and losses, he could not help but feel a little apprehensive at this moment. Yes, with the precedent of the successful fusion of the withered demon bloodblade, although Yi Xian was still a little worried, he was more hopeful thinking of this. He gradually calmed down and no longer worried about the result of the fusion. After sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, he quickly entered a state of oblivion, allowing time to pass without any surprise or joy. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly opened his eyes. Almost in the next instant, the familiar devouring system notification sounded in his mind. The fusion of the combat armor and battleship had finally been completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 8th fusion of the indestructible Nirvana armor has succeeded. Obtained the treasure Nirvana Fire Armor. Grade: Primordial Treasure Grade. Quality: Flawless Perfection. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 9th fusion of the Void-Shattering Shuttle has succeeded. Obtained the treasure Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle. Grade: Primordial Treasure Grade. Quality: Flawless Perfection. The fusion was a success. The 2 combat treasures had both leveled up. Previously, they were Starry Sky treasures, but now they had become primordial treasures. The degree of increase in power was obviously worth looking forward to. The Void-Shattering Shuttle had completed its 9th refinement, and now its name had changed. From now on, it would be called the Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle. Just from the addition of the 2 words Red Lotus in front of its name, one could imagine its power. Presumably, once it was used, it would be able to penetrate the void and freely roam, and at the same time launch an attack using the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Furthermore, due to the uniqueness of the Red Lotus Hellfire, the current Red Lotus Void-Breaching Shuttle would be even more powerful in terms of penetrating the void and breaking through obstacles. It would be perfect if they could directly pass through the invisible barrier formed by the primordial chaos void law that enveloped the entire Milky Way. However, Yi Xian also knew that such expectations might be a little too high. It was almost unrealistic. Being able to directly break through the slightly weaker Source Hive star's invisible barrier would already be pretty good. A rival in terms of speed, there was naturally no need to mention it. After all, their grades had been improved from the Starry Sky grade to the Primordial grade. As for the original indestructible Nirvana armor, after this round of refinement, although it had only been refined 8 times, which was 1 time less than the Red Lotus Void-Shattering Shuttle, its grade had also increased to the level of a desolate ancient treasure. Similarly, after completing the 8th refinement, due to the addition of the Red Lotus Hellfire as a refinement material, the indestructible Nirvana armor, which had been upgraded to the Primordial grade, had once again undergone a magnificent transformation. In the future, it should be called the Hellfire Nirvana Armor. Just from the fact that the name of the armor had been changed to the 2 words Hellfire, one could roughly guess its power. Presumably, after using the armor, There would be endless, red lotus hellfire, appearing around the body, which could be used to defend and also to defend against enemies. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's expression immediately changed. The red lotus void-breaching shuttle was fine. Although it was one of the 3 basic treasures of Yi Xian, it was after all a small private warship used for transportation. Even if there were endless red lotuses surrounding the body of the warship, it was still fine. However, the Hellfire Nirvana armor was different. This was an armor. Once it was used, it would directly enhance the body. The situation was naturally different from a small private warship used for transportation. When the indestructible Nirvana armor was first refined, a female armor of the purplish warbler was added. After the refinement was completed, its form was extremely feminine. After that, although this armor went through refinement again and again, due to the influence of the most basic refinement, until the 7th refinement was completed, the armor became the indestructible Nirvana armor. Its grade had also been upgraded from the quasi-starry sky grade to the starry sky grade. The overall feeling of the armor still gave people a feminine sense of déjà vu. This matter had always made Yi Xian feel miserable and unhappy. Most of the time, he tried his best to avoid using the indestructible Nirvana armor in battle. The armor on a man's body was actually so feminine. How could he endure it? No, in the past, because his cultivation had increased explosively time and time again over the years, the power of the starry sky treasure Undying Nirvana armor was insufficient. It had been a long time since he had used it, so Yi Xian had already forgotten about it before the refinement this time. Now that the refinement was completed, he suddenly remembered that this was the reason why his heart skipped a beat and his expression changed abruptly. Before the refinement, the indestructible Nirvana armor was already very feminine. Now that the Red Lotus Hellfire was added as a material to complete the 8th refinement, wouldn't this situation become even more serious? After all, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus looked extremely beautiful. If he activated his battle armor, the karmic fire of the Red Lotus would appear from time to time in the shape of red lotuses. They would appear and disappear continuously. Just thinking about that kind of scene made Yi Xian shudder. With apprehension, he did not hesitate anymore. He did not care about the Red Lotus space-shattering shuttle that had also completed the refinement. Instead, with a thought, he directly used the Nirvana armor. Whoosh! An extremely weak sound broke through the air. A red and purple light shot out from between Yi Xian's eyebrows. It expanded without any wind and turned into an armor in the blink of an eye. Compared to before, the general shape of the indestructible Nirvana armor was still there. However, looking at it now, the aura of the entire armor was much thicker and more solid than the indestructible Nirvana armor back then. It gave off an ancient and profound feeling that was so dense that it could not be dispersed. All of this was not what Yi Xian was concerned about. This was because after the grade of the armor was upgraded to the level of a primordial treasure, this was what it should be. What he was truly concerned about, the only thing he was concerned about, was whether the current Nirvana armor had a feminine form and whether there would be red lotuses blooming and disappearing after the armor was used. Before he waved his hand and used the armor, he still had some expectations in his heart. Perhaps it could be said that he was just lucky. However, as the armor was used and draped over his body in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian lowered his head and looked at the enchanting red lotuses that were disappearing and disappearing around him. His heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He raised his head and let out an extremely miserable howl. Screech! Screech! As the armor was used and draped over his body in the blink of an eye, Yi Xian lowered his head and looked at the enchanting red lotuses that were disappearing and disappearing around him. His heart instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. He raised his head and let out an extremely miserable howl. Too enchanting, too beautiful, 2F** king. I don't have the face to meet anyone. Since I'm a man, the dignified master of the magic hall, a supreme existence that shakes the entire right bank and dominates the left bank. Yet the armor on my body is so enchanting and beautiful. This is simply my brain. As these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, an indescribable anger instantly rose in his heart. He subconsciously vented his anger on Hong Tao and the others for this matter. If it wasn't for that group of old fellows suddenly playing tricks and causing the Red Lotus karmic fire, in the parallel void to suddenly erupt and fall into danger. How could he have made such a risky choice when he had no other choice? Now, on the other hand, even though the fusion of the two battle treasures was a success, and their grades were raised to the level of primordial treasures. However, after the fusion this time, the Nirvana armor's beauty could be considered to be irreversible. From now onwards, it would continue to walk down this path until the end. Damnable old fellow, this matter isn't over. As soon as he thought of this, Yi Xian instantly gnashed his teeth. He must go back and properly settle this score with Hong Tao. It's simply too sullen and unbearable. No, now was not the time to be tangled up in this matter. After all, although the crisis in front of him had been resolved, he had yet to complete what he had to do. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the red lotus karmic fire on Yi Xian's body turned into a purplish-red ray of light. In a flash, it entered between his eyebrows and disappeared. At this time, the Shinong treasured cauldron was still above his head. The nine-colored fog that poured out from the cauldron formed a dense light screen that enveloped his body and blocked the invasion of the red lotus karmic fire outside the light screen. First, when he started the fusion, the diameter of the dense light screen that protected his body had already been forced to a diameter of 90 feet. However, from that moment onwards, the red lotus karmic fire that surged violently outside the dense light screen found a vent and was drawn into Yi Xian's body to continue to be consumed. Therefore, from that time onwards, the light screen no longer shrank inwards. Right now, it was still 90 feet in diameter. Calculating the time, this fusion had actually taken a total of 7 days. During these 7 days, the red lotus karmic fire outside the dense light screen had been in a frenzied state. However, its influence on the dense light screen that protected Yi Xian's body was far less than before. Bai He had actually used up too much of the red lotus karmic fire to refine the void-shattering shuttle and the Nirvana armor again. According to Yi Xian's estimation, about half of the red lotus karmic fire in the entire parallel void had been used up. Although there was a wisp of the red lotus mother flame dormant in this sea of red lotus karmic fire and could continuously produce new red lotus karmic fire, the consumption in these 7 days was too great. A large amount of red lotus mother flame was continuously devoured by the system. Even the red lotus mother flame could not replenish it in a short period of time. In other words, Yi Xian still had enough time to find the red lotus mother flame. He just had to complete it before the sea of red lotus mother flame in the parallel void recovered to its original size. Before that, the power of the sea of red lotus karmic fire in the parallel void did not pose a threat to him. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Yi Xian's figure flashed and turned into a ray of light, wandering in the parallel void once again. In the entire parallel void, half of the endless red lotus karmic fire that was originally like an ocean had been continuously used up when refining the void-shattering shuttle and the Nirvana armor. Although it was still majestic and endless, it was much more sparse than before. Yi Xian began to search, and his progress far exceeded before. After searching for 2 days, when he was wandering around the parallel void for the 4th time, a dark red color suddenly flashed in front of him to the right, attracting Yi Xian's attention. The red lotus karmic fire in the parallel void was all bright red. Moreover, the shape of each red lotus karmic fire was about 10 feet long, and they looked like a blooming red lotus. But the dark red color that flashed by just now was not only dark in color, but also gave off a restrained and thick feeling. Its shape was not a red lotus that was about 10 feet long, but a flame that was only the size of a thumb. There must be a reason for this abnormality. This flame that was only the size of a thumb was most likely the red lotus origin flame that he was looking for. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate anymore. With a flash of his body, he immediately chased after it. Very soon, he saw the figure of the dark red flame again. It was extremely agile, as if it had a life of its own. It was swimming through the endless red lotus karmic fire, like a fish swimming in water. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian finally came to a realization. No wonder he couldn't find it previously. Turned out that this red lotus origin flame had been swimming. When he ran, it also ran. It had been circling in the parallel void, like a cat playing hide and seek. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately felt annoyed. Without hesitation, he instantly activated the power of the Shinong Cauldron's domain and locked onto the aura of the dark red flame. Whoosh! A dense light formed by the 9-colored fog swept out from the mouth of the cauldron like a waterfall. In an instant, it shot out and enveloped the red lotus origin flame that was trying to escape. Then, with a contraction and a pull, it disappeared into the mouth of the Shinong Cauldron in the blink of an eye. It worked. Yi Xian's eyes burst with light. Without hesitation, his figure flashed and directly entered the space inside the cauldron from the mouth of the Shinong Cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared, leaving only the Shinong Cauldron that had shrunk to a height of about 10 feet. It was still suspended in this parallel void in the red lotus karmic fire, motionless. Cauldron inner space. Whoosh! An extremely weak sound of breaking through the air sounded. A light fell from the sky and directly entered the interior of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. It was Yi Xian. Soon, he came to the bottom of the central region volcano and saw the red lotus origin flame. That was only the size of a thumb. At this moment, this red lotus origin flame was in the center of the 9-colored flame pool. There was a majestic 9-colored flame pool in the 9-colored flame pool, but this red lotus origin flame was only the size of a thumb. Now that it was suppressed by the 9-colored flame pool, it had nowhere to escape. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was relieved. Just based on this point alone, he was roughly certain that this strand of red lotus mother flame would definitely be refined by him. With the help of the 9-colored flame pool's domain, it should be very easy for him to do so. This, without any hesitation. He immediately sat down cross-legged in the void beside the 9-colored flame pool. His divine sense was immersed in the flame pool. With his eyes closed, he began to refine it with all his strength. Time slowly passed. Yi Xian, whose mind was immersed in this matter, had already forgotten the existence of time. His entire mind was focused on this matter as he carefully refined the red lotus origin flame in the 9-colored flame pool with all his strength. This flame was indeed extraordinary. It seemed to be only the size of a thumb, but its power was extremely vast. Even with Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, it took him a full 2 days to completely refine it with the help of the 9-colored flame pool's domain. The red lotus origin flame was obviously extraordinary. It seemed to be only the size of a thumb, but its power was extremely vast. Even with Yi Xian's current cultivation and strength, completely refining it with the help of the 9-colored flame pool's domain was not something that could be done overnight. His mind was immersed in this matter, and he had long forgotten the existence of time. His entire mind was focused on this matter as he carefully refined the red lotus origin flame in the 9-colored flame pool with all his strength. After 2 days, everything was finally completed. Huff! In the next moment, a huge wave suddenly rose up in the 9-colored flame pool. All of the huge waves were formed by the Shinong 9-colored flames in the flame pool. With a roar, they converged into a 9-colored river and rushed towards the crater of the central domain volcano. The speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, the 9-colored river had already rushed out of the crater of the volcano. Without stopping, it rushed into the sky of the cauldron's space, from the mouth of the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist, to the parallel space outside, on the surface of the 9-colored river. A dark red flame the size of a thumb could be clearly seen. It was the red lotus flame mother. Now, this strand of flame mother had already been refined by Yi Xian, and it clearly revealed the aura of Yi Xian's divine sense. Although Yi Xian's figure was still sitting cross-legged beside the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano. In fact, his divine sense had already entered this dark red lotus flame mother. It was like a king had descended, standing proudly at the peak of the 9-colored river and rushing out of the cauldron's mouth. For the past 2 days, the sea of karmic fire in the parallel space had been roaring and churning. But now, as the 9-colored river rushed out of the cauldron's mouth, or more accurately, as the strand of flame mother standing proudly at the front of the 9-colored river suddenly appeared, the sea of karmic fire that was roaring and surging suddenly calmed down. This was the result of Yi Xian's mind control. He had already refined the Red Lotus origin flame, and his divine sense was transmitted through the Red Lotus origin flame, commanding the entire sea of karmic fire. This was what it should be. Whoosh! Huff! After a moment of silence, the entire boundless sea of karmic fire roared again. However, this time it did not surge wildly and randomly. Instead, it turned into a beautiful red river that soared into the sky and rushed towards the nine-colored river that had just rushed out of the cauldron's mouth. Hanging on the red river, there were countless red lotuses blooming. Each lotus was only about 3 meters in size, but there were so many of them that they gathered to form a river. In the next moment, Yi Xian's thoughts moved, and the nine-colored river shrank back into the cauldron's mouth. It was originally meant to be used as a guide. Now that all the red lotus karmic fire in the parallel space had gathered into a river, it was naturally time to return. Huff! 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 In the space inside the cauldron, the sound of shocking waves of flames suddenly came from the sky. Looking up, 2 majestic and endless rivers of flames were falling from the sky, like the Milky Way falling from the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, they had fallen into the 9-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, one after another. One after cutting it, Yi Xian opened his eyes. What he saw instantly made his eyes shine with joy, and a smile appeared on his face. In the 9-colored flame pool, the 9-colored flame sea was still there, occupying 90% of the flame pool. The other 10% was a red ocean, and every wave in the ocean was made up of red lotuses that were about 3 meters in size. In the center of this area, there was a dark red flame that was only the size of a finger's belly. It was the red lotus mother flame. Now that it had been refined by Yi Xian, it had a profound connection with him that was connected to his flesh and blood. Everything was finally done. The red lotus mother flame, including all the remaining red lotus karmic fire in the parallel space, had all been collected and refined by Yi Xian. According to his estimation, this majestic and endless red lotus karmic fire could be completely integrated into the 9-colored flame sea. At this time, the Shinong 9-colored flame would also welcome another shocking transformation. From the current 9-colored flame, it would evolve into a 10-colored flame. This terrifying power was simply unimaginable. But Yi Xian did not intend to start on this matter now, because the red lotus karmic fire was already extraordinary, and it would definitely take a long time to integrate it with the other heavenly flames. Moreover, after many integrations, the Shinong heavenly flames had now evolved into a 9-colored flame. The subsequent transformations would definitely be more difficult. Time was only one aspect. More importantly, he needed to immerse himself in controlling and paying close attention to everything. Otherwise, if there was an accident, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Yi Xian finally decided to take some time to integrate it. For now, he would put it aside for the time being. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and he immediately put this matter to the back of his mind. He stood up, and with a flash of his body, he rushed out of the bottom of the volcano and arrived at a hillside at the edge of the volcano in the central region. Big brother, was that the red lotus karmic fire? Just as he rushed out of the central region's volcano, he saw the goat horn immortal head-on. This old fellow's face was filled with astonishment, and even the way he addressed Yi Xian had changed from fellow Taoist to big boss. On the one hand, he had changed his mind and decided to follow Yi Xian in the future. On the other hand, it was because he suddenly saw the majestic river formed by the red lotus karmic fire being sucked into the Shinong cauldron. He was too shocked and was completely convinced by Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not hide anything. He immediately nodded and said a few words casually. After the old fellow got the confirmation, the shock on his face became even stronger. When Yi Xian turned around and rushed toward the sky, he immediately retreated to a mountain range in the distance, far away from the central region volcano. Open. What a joke. The red lotus karmic fire was no joke. Once it came into contact with it, it would instantly worsen the accumulation of one's life and transform it into an invisible karmic fire that would burn one's body and soul. He did not have the ability to resist it. Looking at this situation, The old fellow probably would not dare to go near the central region volcano with the karmic fire river in it in the future. Whoosh! Break! There was a sound in the air. Yi Xian rushed out of the mouth of the treasured cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, the Shenong cauldron was instantly sucked into his body. Looking around, this parallel void was empty. All the red lotus karmic fire had been sucked into the treasured cauldron space. Naturally, there was no need to take out the treasured cauldron and release a dense light screen to protect himself. In fact, even if the sea of karmic fire was still there, Yi Xian did not need to do this. The red lotus flame mother had been completely refined by him, so the red lotus karmic fire naturally had no effect on him. Now, even if Yi Xian was in the sea of karmic fire, he would be unharmed and even like a fish in water. Counting the time, it has been more than 10 days since I entered this parallel void. Although the sea of karmic fire has disappeared, there is clearly a mysterious and violent force in this parallel void. As he muttered to himself, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He turned to look at the exit and sneered. It seems that Hong Tao and the others have not stopped. I want to see what they have been doing for the past 10 days. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and instantly rushed out of this parallel void. More than 10 days had passed since Yi Xian entered this parallel void. Right now, although the sea of karmic fire had disappeared, there was clearly a mysterious and violent force in this parallel void that was affecting it imperceptibly. Very obviously, Hong Tao and the other old fellows had not stopped. Even now, they were still doing something outside. Whoosh! As these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, killing intent instantly surged in his heart. With a thought, his figure turned into a ray of light and shot out. He immediately rushed out of this parallel void and arrived at the core of Hong Kei's cavern star outside the passageway. Everything in the core was the same as it was 10 days ago. However, the moment Yi Xian's figure appeared, his expression immediately darkened. He was at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage in the heavenly Tao realm. His divine senses were sharp, and his divine sense was terrifyingly powerful. In just an instant, he felt the invisible suppressive force in the void. Although the void was not chaotic like when more than 10 heavenly Tao experts worked together to exert pressure, in fact, this invisible suppressive force surpassed that level of chaos in the void. In other words, even though Yi Xian had returned from the parallel void, he was currently within the core of the Hong Kei cave star. He was unable to leave at all. Not to mention teleportation, even the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system within his body could not be activated. Moreover, even though he hadn't tried it yet, Yi Xian could basically guess that even if he were to rush out of the core of the Hong Kei cavern star, he would still be trapped in the void outside. This kind of invisible suppression was too powerful. It was extremely likely that a large number of heavenly Tao realm experts had joined forces and had even borrowed the power of some kind of mysterious array to achieve such an effect. 1. With this in mind, he immediately sent out his divine sense. A look of realization quickly appeared on his face. Around the Hong Kei cave abode star he was in, nearly 100 other stars in the star ring had shifted positions. They formed a void furnace formation, and more than 20 stars had the auras of heavenly Tao realm experts emanating from them. Just like that, even the remaining planets had array flags set up as well. These old fogies were truly extravagant. They had mobilized more than 20 heavenly Tao realm experts and nearly 100 stars to form a powerful cauldron array. They were able to absorb massive amounts of heaven and earth spiritual energy to form a void suppression. At that moment, Yi Xian's killing intent was extremely cold. He wished he could immediately kill all these old fogies to vent his anger. But in fact, this was something he could not do at the moment. At the very least, it was impossible before he rushed out of the void furnace. The most important thing now was to rush out of here. Once he was outside the void furnace formation, everything would be fine. Yes, the suppressive force of this cavern formation was too powerful. There was even a second power variation. This was clearly a killing force. Yi Xian was still fine inside the cavern star's core, but once he rushed out, the pressure he had to endure would be even heavier. Even with his peak heavenly Tao realm cultivation at the great circle of the 9th stage, he would probably be able to force his way out quickly. After all, his figure had yet to appear. The suppressive and killing force of the entire cavern formation was spread out evenly within the large cavern formed by nearly 100 stars. But once his figure appeared, the 20 or so heavenly Tao remnants sitting in the eye of the formation would definitely activate the power of the cavern formation's field at the first moment, locking onto Yi Xian's aura and tracking and suppressing him. In that case, he would definitely be exhausted from running for his life. He would not even be able to protect himself. How would he have the strength to break through the suppression of the cavern formation and rush out of the void covered by the formation's field? Perhaps, in the face of such a predicament, the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle would be a good choice. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian's mind flashed, and his eyes instantly burst out with light. He thought of the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle that had just completed its 9th refinement. For example, compared to the previous Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle, the power of today's Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle was obviously no longer the same. This point, just from the addition of the word Red Lotus in front of its name, one could imagine its power. There was no need to say much about its speed. After all, its grade had been upgraded from the previous Starry Sky level to the current Desolate level. Except in addition to this, other powers were also worth looking forward to. If there were no accidents, once it was used, it could penetrate the void and roam freely, and it could also launch an attack formed by the Red Lotus Hellfire. And moreover, due to the special nature of the Red Lotus Hellfire, the current Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle, in terms of penetrating the void and breaking through obstacles, must be even more powerful. Yi Xian had even thought that if he could use the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle to directly pass through the invisible barrier formed by the power of the primordial void law that enveloped the entire Milky Way star field, of course, this idea was almost unrealistic. Whether it could directly break through the weaker invisible barrier of the Source Nest star was still unknown. But, according to Yi Xian's inference, using the Red Lotus void-shattering shuttle to just rush out of the suppression of the cavern formation should not be a problem. More, what was perfect was that the current void-shattering shuttle, after this fusion, had been newly integrated with the elements of the Red Lotus Hellfire. If Yi Xian entered the void-shattering shuttle and urged it to rush out of the cavern formation, at that time, a large amount of Red Lotus Hellfire would appear on the surface of the shuttle as a cover. Everything would be unknown, and the more than 20 remnants of the heavenly way sitting in the eye of the formation would most likely think that this was the Red Lotus Hellfire rushing out of the cavern. If he hurriedly dodged, he would be afraid that it would be too late. It was absolutely impossible for him to guide the power of the Great Furnace Formation's domain to intercept and attack the void-shattering shuttle. If that was really the case, then Yi Xian would be able to easily charge out of the Void Furnace Formation. Thinking of doing it, he no longer hesitated. With a flash of light in his eyes, he suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh, with a very weak sound of breaking through the air. A black and red light quietly flashed, and under the wind, it instantly turned into a small private warship that was 1,000 feet long. Now the void-shattering shuttle had reached the level of a Desolate Era supreme treasure. Not only was the internal space extremely huge, like a star, even the size of the shuttle had long been controlled. With a thought, the Red Lotus Hellfire gushed out of the void-shattering shuttle's 1,000 feet long body. Each flower was only a few feet in size, in the shape of a red lotus, and looked incomparably beautiful, but invisibly emitted a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. There were more than 1,000 of these red lotuses, covering the entire body of the void-shattering shuttle. At a glance, this was clearly a large canopy of red lotus karmic fire. There was no sign of the void-shattering shuttle at all, and even its aura was perfectly concealed very quickly. The 300-meter-long void-shattering shuttle shrank to only a few dozen meters. Following that, Yi Xian's figure flashed and directly entered the interior of the ship. He activated the power of his domain with all his might and transformed into a ray of light that shot out of the star core. If he wanted to rush out of this void furnace formation in one go. Chapter 51:34. With a thought from Yi Xian, the red lotus karmic fire gushed out from the void-shattering shuttle. There were more than 1,000 of them, and they enveloped the entire void-shattering shuttle. At a glance, this was clearly a huge cloud of red lotus karmic fire. There was no sign of the void-shattering shuttle at all. Even its aura was perfectly concealed. After completing all this, He shrunk the void-shattering shuttle from 1,000 feet long to only a few dozen feet long. Then, his figure flickered and entered the interior of the shuttle. He fully activated the power of the domain and turned into a ray of light that shot out of the star core. Whoosh! The void-shattering shuttle was too fast. Along with the roaring sound of flames, the void-shattering shuttle, which was enveloped by thousands of red lotus karmic fire, rushed out of Hong Kei's cavern star in the blink of an eye. Without any pause, it shot out of the void furnace formation. At this moment, Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, and more than 20 heavenly Tao's old monsters of the Chaos Starfield were still sitting in the 20 or so planets that served as the core of the formation. They were fully activating the power of the Universal Furnace Formation's domain to suppress the cavern world in the center of the furnace. When the formation was activated, Hong Tao had already activated the power of the domain of the Cosmos Furnace Formation to enter the parallel void. He saw Yi Xian, who was holding up a light screen to protect himself. He immediately withdrew his divine sense. According to his calculations, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, should be able to hold on for about half a month. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to collect the spoils of war. According to the time, they still had to wait for a few more days. But whether it was Hong Tao, Hong Jiang, or the other survivors of the Heavenly Tao, none of them had expected that at this very moment, the red lotus karmic fire, which was about 100 feet long, would rush out from the interior of Hong Kei's cavern star. In the blink of an eye, it was heading towards the edge of the Chengkuan Furnace Formation. There happened to be a main array core star in that direction, and the remnant of the Heavenly Tao who was guarding this main array core star happened to be Hong Jiang. Damn it, what happened? Why would the red lotus karmic fire rush out? Hong Jiang's expression changed drastically when he saw the red lotus karmic fire rush out of Hong Kei's cavern star. His body swayed and he rushed out of the star's main formation. When he arrived in the void above the star, he exclaimed in shock. What is this? The red lotus karmic fire was aimed directly at the main array core star that he was guarding, so he had no choice but to dodge. Otherwise, once he came into contact with it, he would instantly ignite the sins of his life, turning into an invisible karmic fire that burned his body and soul. It was impossible to extinguish. Even if he was at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th stage, it was very likely that he would die on the spot. Yi Xian immediately saw through the clues as soon as Jiang Chun charged out of the main array core within the planet. Hong Jiang was Hong Fei's elder brother. The two brothers looked 80% similar, so Yi Xian could naturally recognize him. At this moment, he instantly understood everything. So it turned out that the 7th level Heaven's Tao that he had killed in the boundless darkness in front of the right section of the left bank was actually from the Chaos Lac Star region. Moreover, it seemed to be related by blood to this peak Heaven's Tao of the Chaos Lac Star region. In this way, everything that had happened before could be explained. This group of old guys had planned this all along. They deliberately did this, so it was understandable that he was caught off guard and fell into their trap. Phew! As these thoughts flashed through Yi Xian's mind, his killing intent was immediately aroused. He could ignore the other survivors of the Heavenly Tao in the Chaos Starfield, but he definitely could not let this guy go because the enmity between them could not be resolved. He immediately activated the void-shattering shuttle, and in a flash, it shot toward Hong Jiang in the left side of the void in front of him. Damn it, what's going on? Hong Jiang had just rushed out of the main formation core star in order to avoid the red lotus karmic fire that was heading straight for the star. However, at this moment, the red lotus karmic fire that was rushing toward the star suddenly changed its direction and shot toward him, catching him off guard and instantly changing his expression. Before Hong Jiang could react, Yi Xian had already activated the attack field of the void-shattering shuttle. In an instant, the red lotus karmic fire that enveloped the void-shattering shuttle roared and turned into a sea of red flames, surrounding Hong Jiang in the blink of an eye. The old man was just about to retreat when he realized that the red lotus karmic fire was blocking his path. He was so frightened that his body trembled, and he immediately froze in midair. His face was pale, and his soul was shaken. At this moment, Yi Xian also stepped out of the void-shattering shuttle and activated the perfect vibration spiritual power mystic technique. Not only did he conceal his body, but he also completely restrained his aura. Even Hong Jiang, who was at the peak of the 9th stage of the Heavenly Tao, could not sense him at all. Go! The moment he stepped out of the void-shattering shuttle, Yi Xian was already in his violent ape form, and he also took out the big-headed black stick. However, Hong Jiang and the others were completely unaware of all this. Roar! Kacha! Silently sneaking behind Hong Jiang, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. The violent ape raised its head and roared angrily. The big-headed black stick suddenly blasted out like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky, directly smashing toward Hong Jiang's head. At the same time, he also activated the spiritual source core that was suspended in his sea of consciousness. In an instant, the spiritual lightning technique was activated, and a thunderbolt exploded above Hong Jiang's head. Startled, amidst the crisp sound, a blood-red lightning bolt with a diameter of 10,000 miles suddenly appeared and struck down from the top of Hong Jiang's head. In an instant, Hong Jiang was struck dizzy. Before he could recover, the big-headed black stick had already smashed down. Bang! Bang! The sound was earth-shattering. The big-headed black stick landed squarely on Hong Jiang's head. The old guy had no time to react at all. His entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread. Who? The whistling sound of the wind sounded in an instant. Yi Xian waved his hand at the first time, and a majestic invisible chi whistled out, sweeping up the blood mist. However, he did not send it to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. This was because the vitality of the remnant powerhouses was not as rich as that of the fierce beasts. Even the remnants of the natural law were the same, and they could not be refined into the natural law blood essence. But he could not waste it either. He could give it to the high-level members of the fierce beast army under the magic hall to devour. There would definitely be a lot of benefits. Whoosh! As Hong Jiang's body exploded, there was also a faint sound of breaking through the air. A light shot out and was caught by Yi Xian. It was a Chenquin bag, and its grade was quite extraordinary. It was the storage magic treasure of the old monster Hong Jiang. This was the result of Yi Xian deliberately holding back. After all, the remnant powerhouses were different from the fierce beasts. The fierce beasts rarely used magic treasures, and even if they did, they were some natal magic treasures. However, the remnant powerhouses needed to refine medicine and various treasures, so they would definitely have storage magic treasures or Chenquin bags. Yi Xian's divine sense quickly spread into the bag. After a sweep, his face immediately showed a look of joy, as expected of the peak of the natural law at the great perfection of the 9th stage. This old guy was simply a moving treasure trove. Not only were there a variety of treasures in this Chenquin bag, but there were also several kinds of natural law original liquid. For Yi Xian, this was simply an unexpected surprise. Beasts rarely used magic treasures, and even if they did, they were some natal magic treasures. However, the remnant powerhouses needed to refine medicine and various treasures, so they would definitely have storage magic treasures or Chenquin bags. Because of this, Yi Xian deliberately took away Hong Jiang's Chenquin bag when he killed him. After extending his divine sense into it, with just a sweep, a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. This old guy was indeed a peak of the natural law at the great perfection of the 9th stage. He was simply a moving treasure trove. Not only were there a variety of treasures in this Chenquin bag, but there were also several kinds of natural law original liquid. For Yi Xian, this was simply an unexpected surprise. Originally, he just wanted to kill the old guy to prevent future trouble, but he didn't expect to obtain so many cultivation resources. All of them were top-grade items, especially those several kinds of natural law original liquid, which completely caught Yi Xian off guard. After thinking about it, it was understandable. The Chaos Lac star field had half of the Chaos Lac manuscript. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Way in the star field must want to have the opportunity to refine the 9 Heavenly Great Tao liquid in the future, so it was natural for them to collect some natural law original liquid. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart moved. He turned around and looked at the other stars. There were still more than 20 survivors of the Heavenly Tao present, so they definitely had some Heavenly Tao origin liquid in their hands. If they missed such an opportunity, it would be too much of a pity. Even more. Moreover, he had to get the other half of the Chaos Lac manuscript left behind by Hong Quebec. In addition, this group of old guys had plotted against him previously. Now that he had made a move to punish them and kill them instead, it was natural at this time. The corner of the void where he was still enveloped by the majestic sea of karmic fire from the void-shattering shuttle. The people outside didn't know what was going on at all, and they didn't dare to extend their divine sense, afraid that they would touch the karmic fire and bring disaster to themselves. It was a good opportunity to launch another sneak attack. With this thought, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He still used the perfect vibration of his spiritual power to hide his body and restrain his aura, but he left the sea of karmic fire behind. He also left the void-shattering shuttle in it and rushed to the other main formation core star nearby. Soon, he arrived at the 6th star. The person overseeing the star was a third-stage heavenly way. Yi Xian went behind him and directly hit him with his staff. Bang! Whoosh! A loud sound came from the sky, and the third-stage survivor's body instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that was collected by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand. At the same time, his storage magic treasure also shot over and landed in Yi Xian's hand. There were indeed a lot of top-notch cultivation resources inside, but they couldn't be compared to Hong Zhang's, and there was only one type of heavenly way origin liquid. After waving his hand and putting away this storage magic treasure, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately raised his head and roared, "Roar! Walala!" At the same time this attack was completed, his body was also exposed and revealed in the void, so there was no need to hide anymore. Looking up with the first roar, there was a strange sound of water splashing in the void. Yi Xian's body collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, covering a corner of the void of the universe, revealing an endless bloody aura. Roar! Roar! Screech! Immediately afterwards, in 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were low roars and violent howls. In the shocking and boundless sea of blood, 3 incomparably huge figures could be seen rising from the ground in an instant. 3 When the great blood sea avatar appeared, the cultivation aura emanating from its body was at the perfected heavenly Tao realm's 9th stage. This scene happened too suddenly. No one expected the magic hall's master, Yi Xian, to appear here. He was clearly trapped in the parallel void where the passageway deep in Hong Kei's cave abode was connected. But now he suddenly appeared. Instantly, the surrounding void fell into a dead silence. Including Hong Tao, the other 20 or so survivors of the heavenly Tao were all dumbfounded. They stared blankly at Yi Xian with their mouths slightly agape. Their minds rumbled as they didn't understand what had happened. As for Yi Xian, he did not stop. As his figure appeared, the 3 blood sea avatars raised their heads and roared angrily. The 9 devil ape transformations' bloodline divine powers' final form, the devil ape true body, was also activated by him. Instantly, boundless energy surged out from the 3 devil bodies. It was as though a raging river was roaring. Their limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity as they rapidly gathered together. Their backs fused together, and in the blink of an eye, they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Phew! Phew! At the same time, Berserk Ape flipped his hands. With a faint sonic boom, a beam of light shot out. The Shinong medicinal pestle, transformed into a big-headed black cudgel, was dragged by his right hand as it emitted a torrential, ferocious aura. Walala! Black with a thought, the fog avatar shot out a beam of light from its glabella. It expanded with the wind and transformed into a vast sea of 9 colored flames. This sea of 9 colored flames instantly condensed to its limits, transforming into a gigantic 9-colored ribbon. After a few spirals, it wrapped around the black fog avatar's body in the blink of an eye. The 2 ends of the ribbon extended out from its chest like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Swish! The skeleton avatar still did not use the fallen sky bow this time, but with a flip of its right hand, a blood-black demonic blade appeared in its palm. Its entire body was covered with countless obscure blood patterns, and its shape was incomparably ferocious. It was the withered demon blood blade. As the blood blade was used, the withered demon blade in the demonic blade instantly let out an earth-shattering roar. The invisible, ferocious, and violent intent was simply shocking to the ears. On the spot, Hong Tao and the other 20 or so remnants of the heavenly Tao in the distant void all trembled violently. As their expressions changed drastically, they finally came back to their senses. They immediately gasped and cried out in shock. "Oh my God! Oh my God, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. Damn it, what the hell happened? Isn't he trapped in that parallel void? How did he suddenly come to the outside world? And it's so quiet. Hiss! It's over, it's really over this time. The Red Lotus Hellfire just now must be related to him. The second elder Hongjiang is still trapped in the Hellfire Sea. No one knows whether he's dead or alive. It's really unpredictable. Who?" Without waiting for the exclamations from the surrounding void to end, the three-headed, six-armed Yi Xian had already waved his hand suddenly with a flash of coldness in his eyes. Ching in an instant, with the sound of the flame wave, the Hellfire Sea in the void not far away shrank instantly and all retreated into the void-shattering shuttle. Immediately after, there was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The void-shattering shuttle, which was still only 90 feet in size, and the surface of the shuttle was still covered with more than 1,000 Red Lotus Hellfire. In an instant, it turned into a red light and shot to Yi Xian's feet. Here at that time, although Yi Xian had 3 heads and 6 arms, he had shrunk his body and was only about 3 meters tall. When the void-shattering shuttle arrived at his feet, it was like a flying sword that was used to travel. It looked extremely imposing and awe-inspiring, suppressing Hong Tao and the others on the spot. After a moment of deathly silence, an earth-shattering roar exploded in the air. Damn it! He actually refined the Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Run! Following a flash of red light, the 90-foot-long void-shattering shuttle instantly arrived beneath Yi Xian's feet. It was like a flying sword that was used to travel. It looked extremely imposing and awe-inspiring. This scene was so unexpected that it stunned Hong Tao and the others on the spot. After a short moment of dead silence, an earth-shattering roar exploded in the void. Damn it! He has really refined the Red Lotus Hellfire. Screech! The roar sounded, waking up all the remnants of the heavenly Tao who had fallen into a daze again. Immediately after, their expressions changed abruptly again. As they sucked in cold breaths, they exclaimed with endless shock. In an instant, they roared again like a tide. It's over. It's over. It's really over this time. All the previous calculations have gone down the drain. The consequences are even more unimaginable. Hiss! He's too savage. As soon as he appeared, he killed a heavenly Tao elite with a single strike. This guy is already enraged. This time we're really in trouble. Heavens! Where's Elder Hongjiang? That sea of hellfire shrank and shot over to the feet of the Magic Hall Master. But Elder Hongjiang's figure is nowhere to be seen. Could it be? Damn it! We've been tricked. When the Red Lotus Karmic Flames charged out from Hong Kei's abode star earlier, the Hall Master of the Devil Hall was definitely hiding within it. Elder Hongjiang was killed by him silently in a moment of carelessness. Too savage. In just a short moment, he killed 2 heavenly Tao elites. The losses are too heavy. It's simply unbearable. Fellow Taoists, retreat immediately and avoid the danger. The Great Furnace Formation has been broken, and this violent ape will soon show its ferocious power. We can't fight against it. Screech! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As these shocked cries sounded, more than 20 remnants of the heavenly Tao, including Hong Tao, rushed out of the main formation core star. The Great Furnace Formation instantly collapsed, and these 20 remnants of the heavenly Tao were like stray dogs. They turned around and fled in all directions. You want to leave now? Don't you think it's too late? In the face of all this, Yi Xian immediately sneered. The voice of his divine sense was transmitted, and with a thought, he instantly activated the Red Lotus space-shattering shuttle under his feet. Whoosh! The sound of flames rang out, and his figure stood on the space-shattering shuttle covered in a large amount of Red Lotus hellfire. Like a demon god descending to the world, he shot forward. His speed was too fast, and even Yi Xian could not reach it with his full speed. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind a remnant of the heavenly Tao who had turned around and fled. Roar! Crack! Without any hesitation, a cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. As it raised its head and roared, the big-headed black staff suddenly blasted out like a giant pillar, smashing towards the head of this remnant of the heavenly Tao. The fog avatar cooperated and directly activated the spiritual source core suspended in the sea of consciousness in its head. The spiritual lightning technique was activated, and a lightning bolt exploded above the old man's head. A blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of 10,000 miles suddenly appeared and struck down from the top of his head. All of this happened too quickly, and it was completely unexpected. No one expected Yi Xian's speed to be so terrifying that even a heavenly Tao realm expert was caught off guard. The blood-colored lightning struck down, and in an instant, this remnant of the heavenly Tao was in a daze. Before he could recover, the big-headed black staff had already smashed down. Bang! There was no suspense as the big-headed black staff landed squarely on his head. The old man's entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet mist of blood that rapidly spread. Yi Xian waved his hand and swept it into his body. Similarly, this remnant's storage Dharma treasure was not destroyed. It had been deliberately left behind by Yi Xian. Now it had transformed into a beam of light and shot over. After it landed in his hand, Yi Xian did not investigate it because there was no need. He directly stored it in his undying world. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact, from the moment Yi Xian charged out of the primordial fire cave abode star to the moment he killed the third remnant of the heavenly Tao from the primordial fire star domain, it had only taken a little more than 10 seconds. Every heavenly Tao realm expert had to cultivate for countless years to reach their present height. The amount of tribulations they had to go through during this period was uncountable. Yet now, in a short period of over 10 breaths of time, 3 such supreme existences had perished. All of this was simply like a dream. However, when it entered into the eyes of Hong Tao and the other experts of the Heaven Tao in Chaos-Lac Stellar region, the shock and horror they felt was utterly impossible to be described with words. If they were not careful, their countless years of bitter cultivation and all the tribulations they had gone through would vanish in an instant. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the hearts of these old fellows trembled. At this moment, the fear in their hearts was imperceptibly magnified to the extreme. An intense sense of life and death crisis that they had never felt before caused all of them to be terrified. They were just short of trembling. There was hesitation, but there was no reason for them to stay. The remaining 21 remnant of the heavenly Tao from the primordial firestar domain pushed the power in their bodies to the extreme. They gritted their teeth and fled in all directions. Although, this kind of appearance like a stray dog really made people blush, but there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Even the great elder Hong Tao, who was at the peak of the 9th step, was running for his life. What else was there for them to be concerned about? If you still want to escape, this lord will catch up with you one by one and kill all of you. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. As soon as he finished his words, he immediately activated the void-breaking shuttle under his feet again. Whoosh! The sound of waves roaring sounded again. His figure stood on the void-breaking shuttle covered with a large amount of red lotus hellfire. His speed was simply too fast. In less than half a breath's time, he, who was like a demon god descending to the world, shot forward. In an instant, he was behind another remnant of the heavenly Tao, less than 1,000,000 miles away. Roar! Rumble! The next moment, the violent ape raised his head and roared. The devil ape real body, which had shrunk in size and was only a few feet tall, suddenly expanded. It directly turned into a terrifying figure that was millions of miles long. The 1,000,000 miles between it and the remnant of the heavenly Tao in front of it disappeared instantly. An earth-shaking rumble rang out. As his body expanded, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape. As his body grew larger, the big-headed black stick, which was now like a giant pillar that could hold up the sky, was swung high up and smashed down. Bang! Compared with the big-headed black cudgel at this moment, the figure of this remnant of the natural law was like a star compared with a speck of dust. He was too inconspicuous. When the cudgel hit him, an explosive sound was heard in an instant. His running figure instantly turned into a bloody mist and exploded. Then Yi Xian waved his hand. Together with the storage magic treasure that fell out of his body when his figure exploded, it was swept up together and directly kept in the undying world in his body. In just a breath's time, another remnant of the heavenly Tao was killed in the blink of an eye. The speed of the void-breaking shuttle was simply too fast. It was simply outrageous and made people feel despair. At this rate, even if there were still 20 remnant of the heavenly Tao in the surrounding void, they would be caught and killed one by one in the end. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Hong Tao, who was flying in the void to the right, showed a struggle on his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and sent out a voice with his divine sense, revealing a pleading tone. "Fellow Yi, don't attack again. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves to apologize." The speed of the void-breaking shuttle was too fast. Even the powerhouses of the heavenly Tao were no match for it. Now just a breath's time had passed, and in the blink of an eye, another remnant of the heavenly Tao was killed at this rate. Even if there were still 20 remnant of the heavenly Tao in the surrounding void, they would be caught and killed one by one in the end. Thinking of this, Hong Tao, who was flying in the void to the right, showed a struggle on his face. In the end, he gritted his teeth and sent out a voice with his divine sense, revealing a strong, pleading tone. "Fellow Yi, don't attack again. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves to apologize." As the voice of this divine sense sounded out, Hong Tao's figure that was originally moving forward abruptly came to a halt in midair. His face was filled with fear as he turned around to look at Yi Xian. Hong Tao was the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield. Since he had expressed his stance, the other remnant of the heavenly Tao naturally knew what to do. Although they were hesitant, they were not too conflicted. One after another, they all stopped and stood in the void in the distance. With uncertainty, they looked at Yi Xian, including Hong Tao. There were a total of 20 remnant of the heavenly Tao in the surroundings. Their cultivation levels ranged from level 1 to level 9. Now they were all standing in the void. Although they were in different directions, the expressions on their faces all revealed fear and anxiety. Just now, although they had lost 4 remnant of the heavenly Tao, they were the ones who attacked Yi Xian first. Although there was a reason for this, it was Hong Jiang's karma and had nothing to do with them. For example, today Hong Jiang had already fallen. If they used the matter of Hong Fei being killed by Yi Xian as an excuse, it would seem even more feeble. Even more moreover, now that Yi Xian had subdued and refined the Red Lotus Hellfire, this meant that he had obtained half of the incomplete manuscript of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir that Hong Kei had left in the parallel void. In other words, Yi Xian already had the ability to refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. They naturally desired the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. Moreover, before Hong Kei left, he had indeed made arrangements to take care of the remnant of the heavenly Tao in the Chaos Starfield. Under such circumstances, they naturally did not want to become enemies with Yi Xian. Previously, they had offended him, but now they only hoped to bury the hatchet. Otherwise, Hong Kei's painstaking efforts to take care of them before he left would go to waste, and they would basically have no chance of obtaining the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. The reason why Hong Tao suddenly begged for mercy and took the initiative to say that he was willing to cut himself off as an apology was actually not entirely because he was afraid of Yi Xian. This was just one of the reasons. Most of all, the main reason was that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to mend his relationship with Yi Xian. This was something that the other 19 remnant of the heavenly Tao were also well aware of. Although they were very afraid of Yi Xian, they wanted to obtain the 9 heavenly Tao elixir more. Therefore, after hearing Hong Tao's words, they all gritted their teeth and stopped moving. They looked at Yi Xian anxiously with hope in their hearts. "What? You finally figured it out?" Yi Xian was well aware that they had half of Hong Kei's incomplete manuscript in their hands. At the same time, he could roughly guess what these old fellows were planning to do at this moment. Therefore, Yi Xian was not worried at all. When they all stopped moving and turned to look at him, he immediately shrunk his body. Even the void-shattering shuttle under his feet, which was covered by thousands of red lotuses of karmic fire, was kept into his body with a wave of his hand. However, he still maintained his true form of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms. He was only about 3 feet tall. The eyes of the 3 devil bodies shone with a fierce light, and he looked at all the old monsters of the heavenly Tao who were standing hundreds of billions of miles away. Then, he put on a straight face and said in a deep voice, I have roughly guessed the reason for what happened just now. Although it may not have been your intention, it is a fact that you participated in the encirclement to kill me. It cannot be denied. Although his tone was tough, at least Yi Xian had stopped his previous pursuit. This meant that there was something to talk about. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 20 old monsters of the heavenly Tao from Hong Kei Starfield exchanged glances across the distant void. Their hearts relaxed slightly, and they all moved to within 5 billion miles of Hong Quebec. Then after that, Hong Kei, who was in charge of Hong Kei Starfield, squeezed out an awkward smile and cupped his fists at Yi Xian. Fellow Taoist Yi, you must have realized it. That's right. Hong Fei, who was killed by you back then, was a remnant of the heavenly Tao from Hong Kei Starfield. Moreover, he was the younger brother of the second elder, Hong Jiang. Although it was not a misunderstanding that we attacked fellow Taoist Yi, we had no choice. After all, Hong Jiang was the second elder of Hong Kei Starfield, and his cultivation was the same as mine. He was also a peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage, so, sigh. At this point, Hong Kei paused for a moment and sighed. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Forget it. Now that Hong Jiang is dead, he reaped what he sowed. Let's not talk about this anymore. Earlier, I said that I was willing to give fellow Taoist Yi an explanation and cut myself off as an apology. I hope that fellow Taoist Yi can be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones. What do you think? It's not impossible for us to let bygones be bygones, but that depends on your sincerity. A bright light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He paused for a moment before continuing. All 20 of you participated in today's matter. Therefore, if we want to let bygones be bygones, everyone has to show their sincerity. If anyone wants to go back on their word, I will keep an eye on them. Just now, I killed 4 old monsters of the heavenly Tao. There were peak heavenly Tao cultivators at the peak of the 9th stage, and there were also existences at the early, middle, and late stages of the 9th stage. Therefore, I have a rough idea of what treasures and resources you have. Let's not talk about the other battle weapons and magic treasures. I'm not interested in them, but all kinds of top-notch heavenly materials and earthly treasures, especially the heavenly Tao origin liquid, absolutely cannot be lacking. Don't tell me that you don't have it. Just the early-stage heavenly Tao cultivator that I just killed had 2 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid in his storage magic treasure. Don't try to be careless about this matter. Hearing this, Hong Tao and the other 20 survivors of the heavenly Tao from Hong Kei Starfield, who were standing in the void, all frowned. What Xian said was indeed the truth. Every one of them had some heavenly Tao origin liquid, more or less. It was fine if they had other top-notch heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but the heavenly Tao origin liquid was too precious. They were a little reluctant to part with it. This was the main ingredient to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid in the future, however. Although they were unwilling, the other half of Hong Kei's incomplete manuscript had already fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Even the red lotus karmic fire, which was necessary to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid, had been taken away by Yi Xian. If they did not resolve their old grudges with Yi Xian and mend their relationship, no matter how much heavenly Tao origin liquid they had, they would not be able to refine the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the group of old monsters of the heavenly Tao exchanged glances again. Soon, they silently reached a consensus. Then, Hong Tao, the Starfield manager, gritted his teeth and looked at Yi Xian. He cupped his fists and said, "Since fellow Yi has already made the request, this old man and the others will accept it." Chapter 51:35. At this moment, Hong Tao, the person in charge of the Chaos Starfield, gritted his teeth and turned to look at Yi Xian. He cupped his fists and said, "Since fellow Yi has already made the request, we will accept it." Although the heavenly Tao origin liquid was precious and was the main ingredient for refining the heavenly 9 great Tao elixir, if they did not resolve their old grudges with Yi Xian and repair their relationship, they would not be able to refine the heavenly 9 great Tao elixir no matter how much heavenly Tao origin liquid they had. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the group of heavenly Tao old monsters exchanged glances and instantly reached a consensus. Now that Hong Tao had expressed his stance, it was enough to show their sincerity. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as they finished speaking, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. The 20 heavenly Tao old monsters, led by Hong Tao, gritted their teeth and waved their hands. Rays of light shot out and gathered at Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, they were already close to Yi Xian and stopped abruptly in front of him. These were 20 storage Dharma treasures. Of course, they were not all of these old men's belongings. They only took out a portion of the top-grade cultivation resources and the heavenly Tao origin liquid, put them away with other storage Dharma treasures, and sent them out. The storage Dharma treasures in front of him were of all shapes and sizes, but the number was correct. There were 20 of them in total. In other words, including Hong Tao, the 20 heavenly Tao old monsters in the void all gritted their teeth and sacrificed their blood. There was no other way. For the heavenly 9 great Tao elixir, they could only bear the pain and give up their treasures. Moreover, Yi Xian had just said that he would not let go of anyone who did not express their stance. This was not a joke, and no one dared to be the first one to stand out. Otherwise, not only would Yi Xian not let him go, but the other heavenly Tao old monsters would also not let him go. Naturally, Yi Xian could not ask for more. Although Yi Xian could snatch it himself even if these people did not take the initiative to cut themselves off as an apology, it would take a lot of time and effort. Moreover, he was not very interested in killing the masters of the remnant people. When he thought of killing a heavenly Tao old monster but not being able to refine the majestic qi and blood in his body into a heavenly Tao blood essence, Yi Xian felt excited. Not to mention, the other half of the Hong Ke manuscript that he needed was still in Hong Tao's hands. Hong Tao was a peak heavenly Tao at the pinnacle of the 9th level, so he was definitely not going to be easy to deal with. Although Hong Jiang was also a peak old monster of this level, the reason why Yi Xian was able to kill him so easily was because he was caught off guard. But now that Hong Tao was on guard, it was basically impossible for Yi Xian to forcefully snatch the remaining half of the manuscript from him. So, not to mention that he didn't have the intention to annihilate all of these old fellows, even if he did, he could only go with the flow and fight with them for the sake of that half of the Hong Ke manuscript and the current situation. At the very least, he had to get his hands on the remaining half of the manuscript first. At this time, as the light shot over, it stopped abruptly in front of him and turned into 20 different storage magic treasures. Yi Xian's divine sense also extended in at the first moment and began to investigate. These old fellows were quite sincere. After all, compared to Yi Xian, they obviously hoped that the two sides could resolve their old grudges. Therefore, if the things that they took out as an apology were not enough, it would be too insincere. These 20 different storage magic treasures all contained many top-grade cultivation resources. There were all kinds of them, and some of them were not even in Yi Xian's hands. Could be considered a great harvest. But what really made him happy was the heavenly Tao origin treasure liquid. 2 the 10 heavenly Tao old monsters of the Hong Ke starfield did indeed have the heavenly Tao origin treasure liquid in their hands, more or less. For example, today, as an apology gift, the 20 heavenly Tao old monsters waved their hands and handed over 20 storage magic treasures. Other than various top-grade cultivation resources, there were also heavenly Tao origin treasures. The least was 1 type, while the most was probably from Hong Tao's hands. The fact that they actually gave 4 types of heavenly Tao origin treasures surprised Yi Xian. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Not bad. It seems that all of you are quite sincere. With a wave of his hand, the 20 storage magic treasures floating in front of Yi Xian were all kept in the undying world within his body. At this time, the expression on his face had eased up a lot, and he even revealed a smile. He turned to look at everyone in the surroundings and changed the topic. Only then did he say, however, in order to completely write off the old grudges from before, this king still needs one last thing. That is the half of the manuscript that Senior Hong Ke left in your Hong Ke starfield. The remaining half of the manuscript. One hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Including Hong Tao, the 20 heavenly Tao old monsters standing in the void all had a change in expression. Their bodies trembled slightly as they sucked in cold breaths. Then, they all cried out involuntarily. What? He actually wants us to hand over the remaining half of the manuscript? This is definitely impossible. Even if he wants to refine the heavenly Tao 9 great Tao elixir, It has to be our Hongkei starfield that cooperates with him. This remaining half of the manuscript was left behind by ancestor Hong Quebec. If we hand it over, what right do we have to obtain the heavenly Tao 9 Great Tao elixir? Too greedy, too impolite. We just gave out so many top-grade cultivation resources, including the heavenly Tao origin treasures. We haven't even warmed up yet, and he actually immediately made a new request. This magic hall master, Yi Xian, is clearly insatiable. We've been tricked. He's blackmailing us, and his requests are getting more and more excessive. If we hand over the remaining half of the manuscript, this old man dares to guarantee that he will definitely make other requests. This person is not trustworthy, and we can't coexist with him. It's not too late to repent now. Grand Elder, there's no need to hesitate. Give the order and summon all the other fellow Taoists. At most, we'll fight to the death with him. The last two sentences were said by a bearded heavenly Tao survivor. This person looked to be in his 40s, and was a middle-aged man. His cultivation was average, only at the 3rd level of the heavenly Tao realm. However, his tone was not small, and it seemed that he had a bad temper. He actually urged Hong Tao to summon all the other heavenly Tao survivors back to the Hongkei starfield. He wanted to fight to the death with Yi Xian. When these words entered his ears, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 demon bodies as they focused their gazes on this 3rd-level heavenly Tao survivor. Small. This lowly early-stage heavenly Tao actually dared to say such words in front of him. It was simply too disrespectful. Coincidentally, he needed someone to show his might. Since he wanted to be the one to take the lead, then he would do as he wished. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Yi Xian did not hesitate any longer. He immediately circulated all the energy in his body and directly teleported close to Yi Xian's figure before striking out. Whoosh! Kacha! Rumble! There was a weak sound of something tearing through the air, and at the same time, there was a cracking sound that shook one's soul. A blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of 5,000 kilometers appeared out of thin air, instantly drowning this early-stage old monster. Whoosh! At the same time, a cold light flashed in the eyes of Yi Xian, who had teleported close. One of the 3 demon bodies, Violent Ape, raised his big-headed black cudgel and smashed it down. Whoosh! Kacha! Rumble! There was a weak sound of something tearing through the air and a cracking sound that shook one's soul. The next moment, the black fog avatar used the spiritual lightning art. A blood-colored lightning bolt with a diameter of 5,000 kilometers appeared out of thin air, instantly drowning this early-stage old monster. Whoosh! At the same time, a cold light flashed in the eyes of Yi Xian, who had teleported close. One of the 3 demon bodies, Violent Ape, raised his big-headed black cudgel and smashed it down. Tsk. It was all done in a hurry. No one expected that Yi Xian would actually attack after accepting the apology. Perhaps it was because of this that this old man dared to say those words just now. But now he had reaped what he had sown. Before he could react, the big-headed black cudgel had already smashed down. Bang! The sound was earth-shattering. The big-headed black cudgel hit his body that was enveloped by the blood-colored lightning bolt. The old man had no time to react at all. His entire body exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet blood mist that quickly spread. Whoosh! The sound of the howling wind sounded in an instant. The black fog avatar waved his hand at the first moment, and a majestic invisible force whistled out, absorbing the blood mist that had spread out into his body. Along with it, the storage magic treasure of this early-stage old monster also shot out. Yi Xian's divine sense probed inside, and the corners of his mouth instantly outlined a satisfied smile. Old monster, there were actually 2 types of heavenly Tao origin liquid in this guy's storage magic treasure. Previously, he had only handed over 1 type of heavenly Tao origin liquid. As expected, he still had some reservations, but now, all of them had fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Division in addition, Yi Xian had deliberately left half of his remnant soul behind this time. It was only at the early stage of the heavenly Tao realm. With Yi Xian's current cultivation at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm of the 9th stage, searching his soul was nothing more than a piece of cake. After obtaining this remnant soul, Yi Xian immediately began to search his soul. Previously, when he killed Hong Jiang and the other three, because he had acted too hastily, he had not been able to leave behind any remnant soul. Now, Yi Xian was using the opportunity of making an example of him to search his soul. His goal was to determine if the other half of the Hong Ke manuscript was in Hong Tao's hands. After all, Hong Tao was the person in charge of the Hong Ke Star region. An important resource like the Hong Ke manuscript should be in his hands. However, after all, a guess was just a guess. Before it was confirmed, Yi Xian was still a little worried. None whether the other half of the Hong Ke manuscript was in Hong Tao's hands or someone else's, as long as he could confirm its whereabouts. Then, if the remaining 19 old fellows refused to submit and voluntarily handed over the manuscript, Yi Xian could at least lock onto the target and forcefully seize it. As the soul search began, he obtained the results he wanted in an instant. At this moment, the eyes of the three demon bodies shone with a burning light. Yi Xian exclaimed softly from Bao Yuan's mouth. "What? There's actually another portion of the heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir?" This was simply too unexpected. The results of the soul search had exceeded his expectations. Not only had he confirmed that the other half of the Hong Ke manuscript was in Hong Tao's hands, he had even obtained more important information. Hong Tao actually possessed a portion of the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir of the Great Tao. This heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir was only a small bottle. It was not enough to allow a heavenly Tao at the peak of the perfected 9th stage to successfully enter the primordial chaos Tao realm after the heavenly Tao. That would require at least 30 to 40 bottles. This, to Yi Xian, a completed portion of the heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir was obviously more significant. After obtaining the manuscript of the heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir, he could study this completed portion of the heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir. Everything he needed could be used as a reference. This completed portion of the heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir was left behind by Hong Ke before he left. It had been preserved in the Chaos K star domain for millions of years now. Hong had left behind this portion of the heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir as a sample in the Chaos K star domain. In the future, when a fated person entered the parallel void of his cave abode star and obtained the other half of the manuscript, he would be able to refine the Red Lotus Hellfire and have a reference when preparing to refine the heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir. Damn it! Fellow Taoist Yi, what are you trying to do? The previous matter has already been resolved. Why are you still attacking us? Could it be that you want to go back on your words? Going back on his words and being capricious, this person is too arrogant. If this continues, how can we cooperate? Idiot, damn you. Not only did you give away your life in vain, you even leaked more important information. This is simply infuriating. Previously, Yi Xian's attack was too shocking, and it was a thunderous method. In just half a breath, everything was over. Although there were 19 survivors of the heavenly Tao present, they were all caught off guard. Even Hong Tao, who was at the peak of the heavenly Tao, was unable to rescue them. By the time they reacted, everything had already been settled. Not only had that early-stage old monster died, but his storage magic treasure had also fallen into Yi Xian's hands. Even the half-remnant soul that Yi Xian deliberately left behind had been searched by him, revealing even more important information. Such a result instantly caused an uproar. Everyone sucked in a cold breath and exclaimed in shock. The person in charge of the Chaos K star domain, Hong Ke, was so angry that he stomped his feet and cursed the early-stage old monster who had just been killed. He was simply unable to accomplish anything and was good at ruining things. What a joke! This palace is unhindered on the right bank, and even on the left bank I can look down on all directions. How can I disdain something like going back on my words? After the soul search ended, the 19 survivors of the heavenly Tao in the surrounding void cried out in alarm. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the voice of his divine sense was immediately transmitted. Everything is just because you were too impatient. Just now, you took the initiative to say that you were willing to cut off your rights as an apology. Although this palace also had the same intention, I did not make a specific request. However, each of you immediately gave out a storage magic treasure. Admittedly, the cultivation resources in the 20 storage magic treasures can be considered sincere, but it does not mean that this palace has already approved. This palace then made a request for the other half of the Chaos K manuscript, and you immediately turned hostile. The guy who was killed just now even clamored in public that he would fight to the death with this palace. The reason why this palace killed him was just to remind everyone not to forget that today's matter. It was you who took the initiative to apologize to this palace, and not this palace who asked for peace. Now that this person has been killed, this palace will now make a request. If you agree, this palace will resolve the old grudges today and let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, if worse comes to worst, we can just fight again. What is this palace afraid of? At this point, Yi Xian's voice paused, and he turned to look at the 19 survivors of the heavenly Tao in the surrounding void, including Hong Tao. Then, after that, a dark light flashed in his eyes, and he proposed the final condition of dissolving the old grudges. In addition to the cultivation resources that were compensated just now, this palace only wants two things. The first is the half of the Chaos K manuscript, and the second is the bottle of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir in your Chaos K star domain. In addition to the cultivation resources that were compensated just now, this palace only wants two things. After that, he turned to look at the 19 survivors of the heavenly Tao in the surrounding void, including Hong Tao. After that, a dark light flashed in his eyes, and he proposed the final condition of dissolving the old grudges. The first is the half of the Chaos K manuscript, and the second is the bottle of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir in your Chaos K star domain. This time, Hong Tao and the others fell into silence and didn't go into an uproar. After all, Yi Xian had already mentioned the other half of the incomplete manuscript. As for the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid, Ancestor Hong K had left behind a bottle in the Chaos Starfield as a sample. Since Yi Xian intended to refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, it was natural for him to ask for a sample of the elixir. They had already thought of this when this information was leaked through the Soul Search, so they weren't surprised at all. Moreover, what Yi Xian said just now was indeed reasonable. Although he stopped after Hong Tao expressed his willingness to apologize and didn't attack again, he didn't raise any conditions. Hong Tao and the others each gave out a storage magic treasure and thought that this matter was over. It was just their own wishful thinking at that time. After that, when Yi Xian proposed his conditions, the early-stage survivor of the Third Order of the Heavenly Tao flew into a rage because of his bad temper. He was indeed too impulsive to shout that he wanted to fight to the death with Yi Xian. Yi Xian killed him out of warning, so they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. All in all, Yi Xian didn't go back on his words. He didn't formally propose any conditions at all. He just had the intention to reconcile, so how could he go back on his words? But now, after causing a small disturbance, Yi Xian's final request was already an unyielding stance. If they didn't agree, then the great battle that had just rested for a short while would begin again in an instant. Furthermore, Yi Xian's final request was made. Moreover, if they were to attack again this time, Yi Xian would be enraged and his methods would be even more ruthless. Even if they turned around and fled, the other survivors in the Great Flood Starfield wouldn't be able to escape and would definitely be angered. This kind of thing was not unprecedented. The master of the magic hall would definitely do something like this in anger. At that time, the entire Chaos K star domain would be turned into a dead zone because of this. It was absolutely possible that no one would be left alive. And this kind of consequence, they definitely couldn't bear it. Brain. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the remaining 19 heavenly Tao's old monsters fell into deep thought. Their expressions were conflicted and hesitant. But in the end, they exchanged glances with each other across the distant void, and they had no choice but to come to a consensus. Fellow Taoist Yi, since you've already refined the Red Lotus karmic fire in the parallel void, you must have obtained the other half of the manuscript left behind by Ancestor Hong K in the parallel void. After a sigh, Hong Tao cupped his fists towards Yi Xian, and then continued, previously, this old man did indeed hide the fact that the Chaos K star domain had the other half of the manuscript. However, fellow Taoist, you should understand. After all, the 9 heavenly Tao elixir is no small matter. If the outside world knew that the Chaos K star domain had the other half of the manuscript and a sample of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, I'm afraid there would be all kinds of trouble. The reason why Ancestor Hong Ke left this half of the manuscript and the sample of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir in the Chaos K-Star domain was to ensure that the Chaos K-Star domain would be able to obtain a share of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir after it was refined by a fated person. This could be considered as the ancestors' painstaking effort to benefit the future generations. In that case, it's not that this old man absolutely cannot give this half of the manuscript and the sample of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir to fellow Taoist Yi, but there must be additional conditions. Otherwise, since we can't obtain the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, this old man can just destroy the other half of the manuscript. I'm sure fellow Taoist Yi wouldn't want to see such an outcome, right? Are you threatening me? Yi Xian frowned. The eyes of the 3 devil bodies instantly shone with a cold light as they locked onto Hong Tao. A dense killing intent that couldn't be dispersed spread out from their bodies and rapidly spread. This old man isn't threatening you. This old man is merely stating the stakes. Seeing that Yi Xian seemed to intend to submit, Hong Tao raised his hand and stroked his beard. He smiled and said, "Why don't fellow Taoist Yi listen to the additional conditions this old man mentioned before making a decision? This matter is actually not that complicated. This old man will give this half of the manuscript and the sample of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir to fellow Taoist Yi. But fellow Taoist Yi must promise to help us refine the heavenly Tao elixir into the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. In addition, according to the rules set by Ancestor Hong Ke, if someone else provides the heavenly Tao elixir for fellow Taoist Yi to refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, fellow Taoist Yi has the right to receive half of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir as a reward. As for this half of the reward, fellow Taoist Yi obviously can't take it all for himself. My Chaos K-Star domain should share it equally with fellow Taoist Yi. This request isn't too much, right? After all, this is what happened to Ancestor Hong Ke back then. There's a precedent. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian immediately asked, "How many heavenly Tao elixirs do you have?" "We can refine 3 cauldrons in total." Hong Tao nodded and continued. "In other words, we can gather 27 types of heavenly Tao elixirs and refine 3 cauldrons. That's enough." "All right." Yi Xian immediately expressed his stance. "This king swears on his Tao heart that if I get the half of the manuscript and the sample of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir from you, I will help your Chaos K-Star domain refine 3 cauldrons of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir after I fully comprehend the secret refining method of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. In the future, if other experts provide the heavenly Tao elixir and ask this king to refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir on their behalf, this king will receive half of the reward, and half of it will belong to your Chaos K-Star domain." As soon as these words were spoken, Hong Tao and the other 19 heavenly Tao old monsters standing in the surrounding void immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes shone brightly, and their faces were filled with joy. They did not expect Yi Xian to be so easy to talk to. It was one thing for him to help them refine the 3 cauldrons of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, but the key was that Yi Xian would receive half of the reward. Although they had requested for 50% of the reward, they still had a bottom line. At the very least, they could accept 30% of the reward. However, there was no need to consider or be conflicted about all of this. This master of the magic hall was quite magnanimous. Without saying a word, he decided on a 50-50 distribution plan. To them, it was simply an unexpected gain. Moreover, Yi Xian had already sworn a Tao heart oath. At this level, he definitely would not joke about a Tao heart oath. Otherwise, if his Tao heart was damaged in the future, it would definitely be difficult for his cultivation to improve. Moreover, Hong Tao had already found out through some kind of channel that Patriarch Hong Ke, who had left 1,000,000 years ago, would return soon. 1,000,000 years had passed, and since Patriarch Hong Ke was returning now, his cultivation must have already broken through to the primordial chaos Tao realm. There was, with such a great Tao expert returning, they were not worried that Yi Xian would go back on his word. Whoosh! The sound of the air rang out, and a ray of light shot over. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Yi Xian and abruptly stopped in the void. It was a storage magic treasure. If there was no accident, it should contain the half of Hong Ke's manuscript that Yi Xian needed, as well as the bottle of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir as a sample. With a flash of light in his eyes, Yi Xian immediately extended his divine sense into it. After a brief investigation, his heart that was hanging in his throat instantly relaxed. Chu Feng stored it. There was indeed a jade slip in this magic treasure. It was exactly the same as the fiery red jade slip he had obtained in the parallel void connected to Hong Kei's cave mansion star. Even the aura was the same. It was obviously the other half of the manuscript left behind by Hong Quebec. And, in addition, there was also a small emerald bottle in the storage magic treasure. The bottle was filled with a golden red liquid. It was quite thick and emitted an extremely pure energy aura. The power of the Heaven Dao realm must be the so-called 9 heavenly great Dao elixir. After withdrawing his divine sense, Yixian flipped his hand and stored the storage magic treasure into his body. Walala! At this moment, the true body of the devil ape with 3 heads and 6 arms collapsed in the void, turning into a sea of blood. In an instant, it condensed into a faint blood light. With a flash, the human form of Yixian stepped out of it. Fellow Taoists, I will definitely fulfill my promise. But now, I need to return and comprehend the treasured liquid manuscript left behind by Senior Hong Quebec. Once I've comprehended everything, I will naturally return and refine the 3 cauldrons of Grand Dao treasured liquid for all of you. While speaking, Yixian cupped his fist and bowed to Hong Tao and the others in the surrounding void. In that case, I will take my leave first. Everyone, see you again in the future. As soon as the voice fell, Yixian waved his hand and directly tore a crack in the void in front of him. He stepped into it and disappeared in an instant. After he left, Hong Tao and the others in the void immediately moved and gathered together. They looked at each other and frowned. Their eyes flickered, and their expressions were uncertain. Everything that happened today had caught them off guard. Although everything had come to an end, they were still unable to calm down. Forget it. In the entire Chaos Lac star field, 5 heavenly Dao old monsters had died. This was definitely a huge loss, but compared to the 9 heavenly Dao elixir, it was nothing. The 5 heavenly Dao old monsters had already died, so there was no point in dwelling on this matter. To the 19 of them, the most important thing was the 9 heavenly Dao elixir that could help them break through to the primordial Chaos Dao realm in the future. The 9 heavenly Dao elixir is no small matter. He shouldn't be playing any tricks, right? After a short moment of silence, more than 10 heavenly Dao old monsters in the Chaos Lac star field looked at each other with uneasiness on their faces, and continued to speak. That's right, although an oath cannot be broken, he can definitely drag on the time. If he drags on for too long, we can't sit still and look for him. At that time, he can find an excuse and have no choice but to give in and take the initiative to reduce the 50% quota. This shouldn't happen, otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed so readily just now. Moreover, although the master of the magic hall is cruel and ruthless, his temperament has always been straightforward. He shouldn't be playing such tricks. When Yun said, everyone nodded, and the expressions on their faces relaxed. The hearts in their throats finally settled down. It wasn't that they were too conflicted, but that the 9 heavenly Dao elixir was too important to them. They couldn't afford to lose it, so they couldn't help but be worried. All right, this matter has come to an end. The master of the magic hall, Yixian, needs time to comprehend the manuscript left behind by ancestor Hong Quebec. We don't need to be too conflicted. After that, Hong Tao said, not to mention that this old man obtained guidance from the life token of the ancestor of the Great Fire Hall 10 years ago, and I started to deduce. If nothing unexpected happens, then ancestor Hong Kei will definitely return within 100 years. He left to search for a place to enter into closed-door cultivation and charge into the primordial Chaos Grand Dao realm after the Heaven Dao for 1,000,000 years. Since he's returned now, then he has definitely broken through smoothly. In other words, a primordial Chaos Grand Dao realm after the Heaven Dao realm will appear in my ancient K starfield soon. It's fine if the master of the magic hall, Yixian, is honest and we only have to sit back and take 50% of the profits when he refines the 9 heavenly Dao elixir in the future. If he tries to play tricks. When he spoke up to hear, a wisp of a cold smile appeared on Hong Tao's face, and he grunted coldly before continuing. Humph. At that time, even if we agree, Ancestor Hong Kei won't let the matter rest. After all, how could the Red Lotus karmic fire and the secret technique to refine the ancestor's treasure elixir that he left behind be obtained by just anyone? Everyone instantly came to an understanding when they heard this, and their eyes shone with extraordinary splendor while pleasant surprise appeared on their faces. Only now did they understand the true purpose of Ancestor Hong Kei's arrangements. So it turned out that he left the 2 manuscripts and the Red Lotus Karmic Fire in the ancient K starfield for the sake of finding a successor to help refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir in the ancient K starfield. Of course, the successor was just a nice name. If it was really put to the truth, then it was nothing more than free labor. Moreover, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had already made a Tao oath that he couldn't go back on his word. So long as he helped someone refine the 9 heavenly Tao elixir, then he had to hand over half of the profits to the ancient K-star. On the other hand, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, required a large amount of 9 heavenly Tao elixir himself, and the heavenly Tao elixir he collected was definitely not enough. After all, he still had the enormous magic hall and countless subordinates under his command. So therefore, even if the ancient K starfield continued to receive half of the profits for free, he could only pinch his nose and accept it. After all, he had also benefited from it. In the end, the ancient K starfield was simply the biggest winner. They didn't need to do anything and would be able to receive half of the profits from the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. Moreover, it was long-term. It was simply a win-win situation. Brain as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the group of old fellows was immediately overjoyed. They no longer hesitated and returned to their respective immortals' caves. All they had to do now was wait. Once the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, fully comprehended the 9 heavenly Tao elixir refinement manuscripts left behind by Ancestor Hong Kei, they would be able to obtain an endless supply of the 9 heavenly Tao elixir. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to all of this, including the schemes of these old fellows. After leaving the ancient K starfield, he didn't return to the right bank. Instead, he once again headed to the dark void in front of the left bank. Rip, crack. With the sound of a silk cloth, a spatial rift appeared. Yi Xian walked out of it, and with a glint in his eyes, he turned to look at an abandoned planet to his right. That was the abandoned planet where he had entered seclusion when he was attempting to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Now Yi Xian had come here once again. He was also in seclusion, but this time, he was studying the manuscripts left behind by Hong Kei. Chapter 51:36. Rip, crack. With the sound of a cloth, a void rift appeared. Yi Xian walked out of it, and with a glint in his eyes, he turned to look at an abandoned planet to his right. After leaving the Chaos K stellar domain, he did not return to the right bank. Instead, he came to the vast and endless dark void in front of the right bank of the left bank. Right, the abandoned planet in front of him was where he had entered seclusion when attempting to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. Now Yi Xian had come here again. He was also in seclusion, but this time, he was studying the 9 treasures elixir manuscript left behind by Hong Kei. Yi Xian was already well aware of Hong Tao's schemes. He wasn't so easy to fool. It was impossible to fool him into working as a free labor force for the Chaos Starfield in order to obtain the heavenly 9 Great Tao elixir of the Great Tao. Although the Yi Xian alliance had sworn a Tao oath, Hong Tao and company were still unable to succeed in this matter. However, after thoroughly studying the manuscript left behind by Hong Kei, Yi Xian would definitely fulfill his promise to refine 3 cauldrons of the 9 treasures elixir for them. Bai He had obtained the manuscript from the Chaos K stellar domain, as well as a bottle of the 9 treasures elixir as a sample. It was only right for him to refine 3 cauldrons for them. However, apart from the 3 cauldrons of the 9 treasures elixir, the Chaos K stellar domain's heavenly Tao patriarchs could forget about obtaining half a bottle of 9 treasures elixir from Yi Xian. Yi Xian had only promised that if he helped them refine the 9 treasures elixir, he would split half of the reward equally with the Chaos K stellar domain. However, he had no intention of helping others refine it. Apart from the 3 cauldrons he had promised Hong Tao and company, even if Yi Xian wanted to refine the 9 treasures elixir, he would only refine 1 cauldron for himself to test its effects. After 1 cauldron, it was impossible for him to refine more. This was because from his point of view it was not worth it. Refining a cauldron of the 9 treasures elixir required 9 different heavenly Tao origins liquids. The total number of 9 treasures elixir after it was refined was 81 bottles. Although It was said that a peak heavenly Tao at the peak of the 9th stage would only need about 40 bottles of 9 treasures elixir to reach the primordial chaos Tao realm after entering seclusion. However, from Yi Xian's point of view, the 9 treasures elixir, Hong Ke, who had created the 9 treasures elixir, had left for millions of years, but they still had not come out of seclusion. The first type required millions of years to break through, while the other type only required a few years. The advantages and disadvantages of each type were already clear at a glance. Could even be said that Hong Ke's 9 heavenly great Tao elixir couldn't compare to the level 31 Grand Mist pellet that Yi Xian was preparing. They were on completely different levels. The reason why he wanted the secret method to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir was because he felt that other than the 5 elements medicinal catalyst, there was a high possibility that other elements would be added into the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. And these elements might be the idea behind the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. To put it bluntly, Yi Xian was only using it as a reference. Once he was inspired by it and deduced the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill, the so-called 9 heavenly great Tao elixir would instantly become trash to him. How would Yi Xian be interested in refining it? This was something he was certain of in his heart, yet Hong Tao and the others were completely unaware of it. It could only be said that no matter how much that group of old fellows planned, they still missed something in the end, and they were bound to rejoice in vain. Whoosh! A faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. With a shake of his shoulders, Yi Xian's entire body turned into a ray of light and rushed into the core of this abandoned planet. After retracting his aura, he immediately sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, all the storage magic treasures that he had obtained in the Chaos K star field shot out and floated in the void in front of Yi Xian. He quickly categorized all the items in the storage magic treasures and stored all the top-grade precious materials, elixirs, and cultivation resources into the undying world within his body. Division. In addition, there were close to 20 different types of heavenly great Tao elixir and more than 30 portions. This was because some of the heavenly great Tao elixir were the same and were considered duplicates. As such, in addition to the few types that he already had, Yi Xian had a total of 27 types of heavenly great Tao elixir and more than 40 portions in total. Refining a cauldron of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir required 9 different types of heavenly great Tao elixir. In other words, if Yi Xian wanted to refine it, the amount of heavenly great Tao elixir he had was enough to refine 3 cauldrons of heavenly great Tao elixir. However, he obviously wouldn't do that. At most, he would refine 1 cauldron. The rest of the heavenly great Tao elixir would be kept and used to refine the level 31 primordial pill in the future. After counting the spoils of war, he immediately took out the bottle of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir and injected his divine sense into it. While comprehending the 2 fiery red jade slips, he also compared them with the sample of 9 heavenly great Tao elixir in his hand. Unknowingly, his mind was immersed in it and gradually forgot about himself. Half a month later, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of enlightenment. He muttered softly, "So that's how it is. It seems that the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir is only SOSO." Yi Xian had already completely comprehended the secret method to refine the heavenly 9 great Tao treasure liquid that K had left behind, as well as its train of thought. To be honest, although it was amazing, it was more than just a little bit inferior to his level 31 Grand Mist treasure pill. Could be said that it was completely incomparable. It also strengthened Yi Xian's determination not to refine the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir. Although the heavenly great Tao elixir in his hands had reached 27 types and 40 portions, it was still not enough to refine the level 31 primordial pill in the future. How could he waste it on the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir that he didn't recognize? Previously, he had even thought of refining a cauldron to test the effect. But now, he didn't even have this thought. Because according to his deduction, if he added the heavenly 9 great Tao elixir into the perfect formula of the 31 supreme primordial pellets, he would need a total of 81 types of heavenly Tao elixir, 1 portion of each type. Although he already had more than 40 portions in his hands because some were similar, there were only 27 types. It was still far from enough. It's fine if I don't refine it. At least I can save 9 portions of heavenly great Tao elixir. Although there are duplicates, I can find an opportunity to exchange with others in the future. After thinking for a while, Yixian's eyes flashed and he immediately made a decision. However, if I want to add the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir as an element into the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial pill, I have to personally test the effect of this 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir. Fortunately, I just happen to have a bottle. I can take advantage of this opportunity to break through again. However, if I want to add the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir as an element into the perfect pill formula of the level 31 primordial pill, I have to personally test the effect of this 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir. After pondering for a while, Yixian's eyes flashed with a bright light as he made a decision in an instant. Although I haven't refined it yet, I have a bottle in my hand. Furthermore, I can take advantage of this opportunity to conveniently break through my cultivation. Xiao. After making a decision, he immediately waved his hand and took out the Shinnong treasured cauldron. It was only 10,000 feet in size and was suspended within the core. Its aura was completely concealed. Then, Yixian stepped into it and sat cross-legged at the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Xiao, Xiao, Xiao. After he was ready, Yixian waved his hand again. Along with the faint sound of something breaking through the air, rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. These were the cultivation resources he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough, including a bottle of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir. However, he didn't take out the Desolate Sovereign or the Heavenly Great Tao Blood Essence. Heavens! The 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir could help a peak Heavenly Great Tao Elixir when breaking through to the Heavenly Great Tao realm. Moreover, it was quite obvious. Now that he was breaking through to the second stage of the Heavenly Great Tao realm, consuming one bottle was enough. There was no need for the Heavenly Great Tao Blood Essence to help him. Although he had 55 Heavenly Great Tao Blood Essences in his hands, they were to be used to refine the level 31 primordial pill in the future. According to Yixian's estimation, the level 31 primordial pill would most likely be different from the level 30 primordial pill from before. He might not be able to refine one primordial pill out of 55 Heavenly Great Tao Blood Essences. Extremely, it might be the same as the Heavenly Great Tao Elixir that was about to be added, which would also require 81 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir. After the refinement with 81 Heavenly Great Tao Blood Essences and 81 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir, as well as the 5 Elements Elixir, it was very likely that there would only be one level 31 primordial pill. Therefore, he had to conserve as much of the Heavenly Great Tao Blood Essence as possible. After taking out all the resources, Yixian did not hesitate at all. With a flash of light in his eyes, he immediately activated the Shinnong Cauldron's domain. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, he swallowed them with a wave of his hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The nascent soul fist ball melted the moment it entered his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic energy river that slowly flowed through Yixian's body. As expected, the clanking of chains could be heard in an overwhelming manner. This time, the shackles that appeared in Yixian's body were the same as before. There was only one shackle. After entering the Desolate Supremacy realm, it was extremely rare for 2 shackles to appear at the same time, much less the current Heavenly Tao realm. Taking a deep breath, Yixian focused his mind and used all his strength to activate the energy river that had just formed in his body. It began to circulate in his meridians again and again. This time, perhaps it was because he had consumed a bottle of 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir, but when all the cultivation resources that Yixian had swallowed melted and turned into a warm current that rapidly flowed through his meridians and limbs, he felt an intense piercing pain that he had never felt before. It was almost unbearable. After all, the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir was a supreme elixir that peak Heavenly Tao experts at the 9th stage of perfection would consume when they were in seclusion to break through to the Heavenly Tao realm. As for Yixian, although he was at the 9th stage of perfection in the Devil Ape transformation, his true strength was only at the 1st stage of the Heavenly Tao realm. Now, when he was in seclusion to break through, he had already withdrawn from the 9th stage of the Devil Ape transformation. He had not even activated the Devil Ape transformation's bloodline ability. As such, it was only natural for a 1st stage of the Heavenly Tao realm to endure the intense medicinal effects of the 9 Heavenly Great Tao Elixir. However, no matter how painful it was, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. During this process, he even had to carefully experience the medicinal effects of the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir to verify his understanding of the refinement method of this elixir. After an unknown period of time, when the energy river in his meridians was completely refined, Yi Xian only needed to launch a single attack before the thick shackles in his body broke. At the same time, the anticipated system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next stage of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current stage. Second stage of the heavenly Tao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the next stage of the physical body's qi and blood realm. Current stage. Second stage of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes. After calming his excited heart, he stood up and directly activated the bloodline ability of the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir. His strength instantly soared to the 3rd stage of the heavenly Tao. Immediately after, he directly used this ability to the 9th stage. A hint of expectation rose in his heart, but the result disappointed him once again. He shook his head and sighed with a bitter smile. It was also useless. After this breakthrough, he was still suppressed by the primordial Tao. His cultivation strength did not reach the primordial Tao realm because of this, but remained at the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Although he was disappointed, he was already mentally prepared for this, so he quickly threw this matter to the back of his mind and no longer worried about it. In the previous half a month, he had completely comprehended the refinement method of the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir left behind by Hong Kei. For example, after personally swallowing a sample of the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir, and personally experiencing its medicinal effects, Yi Xian now had a complete understanding of Hong Kei's 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir and no longer had any doubts. Continue. Next, he would deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial pellet. He would use the refinement method of the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir as a brand new element, just like the 5 elements medicinal catalyst used to refine the level 30 heavenly Great Tao elixir. With this breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation strength broke through from the 1st stage of the heavenly Tao to the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao. Although he was suppressed by the primordial Tao and activated the bloodline ability of the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir to the 9th stage, he was still only at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly Tao realm. Even if they were all at the peak of the heavenly Tao realm, there were differences in strength. After this breakthrough, Yi Xian's combat strength increased by another level, and so did his divine sense. First, previously, he had already started to deduce the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill. Then, he handed it over to the devouring system in his body and allowed it to use all its calculation abilities to continuously deduce the formula. Now that Yi Xian's divine sense had increased by another level after his breakthrough, and with the addition of the refinement method of the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir, he decided to make use of this opportunity to deduce the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill in one go. After all, he was now at the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. After his cultivation strength reached the peak of the 9th stage, he would need to consume a grade 31 primordial pill to enter seclusion and break through to the primordial Tao realm. Then, after this breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation strength had reached the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm. In this way, if he calculated carefully, he was only 7 small stages away from consuming a level 31 primordial pellet. To others, these 7 small stages might require a long time to break through, but he was different. He couldn't delay any longer. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to make use of this opportunity to completely deduce the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill while adding the refinement method of the 9 heavenly Great Tao elixir into the primordial pill formula. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately closed his eyes again. Previously, the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill was already in the process of being deduced. After Yi Xian started, he handed this matter over to the devouring system in his body and let the system pour in all its calculation abilities to continuously deduce the formula. Calculate, it had been some time since this matter. At this time, he contacted the devouring system in his body and found that the deduction process of the primordial pill formula was already 1/6 complete. Very quickly, Yi Xian concentrated and threw away all other thoughts. There were no more distracting thoughts as all his mind was focused on this matter. The terrifying divine sense of the peak of the 9th stage great perfection heavenly Tao was activated to the extreme. Cooperating with the devouring system in his body, he started to deduce the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill with all his might. This time, in addition to the element of the 5 elements medicinal catalyst that had been added earlier, Yi Xian also added the refinement method of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir that he had just thoroughly comprehended. It was injected into the pill formula as a brand new element. Very quickly, as the deduction began, Yi Xian's mind was quickly immersed in it. Gradually, he forgot everything, and even the existence of time was completely forgotten. After an unknown period of time, he who'd always had his eyes closed suddenly woke up, and a wisp of a burning bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Even his breathing was slightly hurried, and he revealed a wisp of excitement that was dense to the point of being impossible to disperse. It was done. The perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill was finally deduced. Li Xian's intuition was not wrong. The primordial pill was different from the heavenly great Tao elixir. In addition to the element of the 5 elements medicinal catalyst that was added when refining the grade 30 heavenly great Tao elixir, there was indeed a need to add new elements. And the refinement method of the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir that he had unintentionally started to pay attention to could indeed be used as a brand new element to integrate into the primordial pill. And he had already completed this point. Now, after adding the 5 elements medicinal catalyst and the 9 heavenly great Tao elixir, the perfect pill formula for the grade 31 primordial pill was finally successfully deduced by him. However, the primordial chaos Tao realm was the most powerful realm in this mysterious primordial chaos void after all. Hence, a level 31 primordial chaos treasure pill was definitely not to be underestimated. The refinement conditions could be said to be extremely harsh. Even the level 30 heavenly path treasure pill from before was far from comparable. Although the 5 elements medicinal catalyst had been added into the grade 10 heavenly great Tao elixir, the main pill ingredient was only the blood essence of a desolate supremacy. The number of grade 30 heavenly great Tao elixir that was refined was also related to the amount of blood essence of a desolate supremacy. If, indeed, the less blood essence of a desolate supremacy was used, the fewer grade 30 heavenly great Tao elixirs that were refined. Conversely, the number of grade 30 heavenly great Tao elixirs that were refined would also increase. The grade 31 primordial pill was different. In this aspect, the conditions were so harsh that Yi Xian was speechless. Refining a cauldron of grade 31 primordial pill required 81 heavenly great Tao blood essences and an equivalent amount of 81 heavenly great Tao elixirs. In addition, there was also the innate 5 elements medicinal catalyst. After investing so many top-notch resources to start refining, even if it was successful, there would only be 1 grade 31 primordial pill refined. It was simply outrageous. In order to refine a grade 31 primordial pill, the number of top-notch resources required was so high that it made one despair. Even the current Yi Xian had not collected all of them. Could even be said that he was lacking by a lot. Other than the innate 5 elements medicinal catalyst that he already had, he only had 55 heavenly great Tao blood essences. As for the heavenly great Tao origin liquid, it was even less. It was said that there were more than 40 sets, but in reality, there were only 27 types. Compared to the 81 types that he needed, it was more than half. Looks like there's still a long way to go. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian immediately shook his head and laughed bitterly. As he muttered softly, there was a trace of helplessness that could not be dispersed. Whether it's the heavenly great Tao blood essence or the heavenly great Tao origin liquid, I still have to continue collecting them. The slaughter is far from over. Yes, the slaughter was indeed far from over. After all, he only had a gap in the heavenly great Tao blood essence, and there were more than 20 of them. If he included the heavenly great Tao origin liquid, then there would be even more. This was only assuming that he succeeded in refining the first batch. If the first batch failed, then the fun would be even bigger. Not only would he have to collect the heavenly great Tao blood essence and the heavenly great Tao origin liquid again, even the 5 elements medicinal catalyst was the same. Really, if that was the case, Yi Xian would probably be driven crazy by this matter. It was not completely impossible. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's heart trembled, and he instantly felt a strong sense of urgency. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, he no longer hesitated and immediately rushed out of the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the Shinnon cauldron transformed into a ray of light and shot over. In the blink of an eye, it had already rushed into the space between his eyebrows and disappeared. At this time, as his figure rushed out of the cauldron, the chi of heaven and earth in the outside world sensed it, and there was an unexpected change in the void. Boom! Rumble! Almost at the same time that Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the Shinnon cauldron into his body. In the dark void outside the abandoned star where he was in seclusion, the sound of rumbling thunder suddenly came without any warning. The sound was so fierce that it could be said to be frightening to the ears. After being stunned for a moment, Yi Xian's divine sense subconsciously extended out from the core of the star. He immediately saw that in the void outside the star, there was clearly not the slightest bit of tribulation cloud, but the sound of thunder could be heard everywhere. Faintly, there was an invisible and terrifying destructive force that was rapidly condensing in the dark void above this star. Its power was so powerful and majestic that even Yi Xian, who was at the peak of the ninth order great perfection heavenly Tao, felt his scalp go numb and his heart skip a beat. The primordial pill tribulation? As expected, it still came. As a dark light flashed in his eyes, Yi Xian's heart flashed with understanding, and he immediately muttered softly. Back then, when he had deduced the perfect pill formula for the level 30 heavenly Tao treasure pill, there had been a heavenly Tao pill tribulation. Now that the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial pill had been deduced, this primordial void had sensed it, so it was natural for the primordial pill tribulation to descend. Boom! Rumble. Almost at the same time that Yi Xian waved his hand and stored the Shinnon cauldron into his body, in the dark void outside the abandoned star where he was in seclusion, rumbling thunder suddenly sounded without any warning. The sound was so fierce that it could be said to be shocking. Everything happened so suddenly that Yi Xian was completely caught off guard. He was stunned for a moment, but soon a look of understanding appeared on his face as he understood what had happened. Just as he had deduced the perfect pill formula for the level 31 primordial pill, the primordial void had sensed it, and the primordial pill tribulation had immediately descended. He was completely unafraid of this, but he had other considerations. Frown. After pondering for a moment, a faint light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He immediately waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the Shinnon cauldron that he had just stored into his body was brought out again. However, it was only about 10 feet in radius and it hung above his head. As for Yi Xian himself, a faint light flashed in his eyes, and he once again sat cross-legged in the core of the abandoned star and sat down again. Buzz? An incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and the Shinnon cauldron that was only about 10 feet in size above his head instantly poured out a 9-colored mist like mist, enveloping Yi Xian's body, leaving only a trace of qi leaking out, attracting the faint reaction of the primordial void's operating laws. He did this to maintain the primordial pill tribulation that was gathering outside the star, so that the pill tribulation would always exist. However, because it sensed that Yi Xian's qi was not complete, it was faintly discernible, so it only gathered and did not descend. The true power of the pill tribulation did not really strike down. After all this, Yi Xian closed his eyes and meditated like an old monk. He completely ignored the primordial pill tribulation that continued to exist in the dark void outside the star, as if he was waiting for something. Rumble, rumble. In the dark void outside the abandoned star, there was clearly not a single tribulation cloud enveloping it, but the rumbling sound of thunder was still there, and it did not stop for a moment. Its momentum was so fierce that it could be said to be hair-raising. However, the primordial pill tribulation was extraordinarily powerful. In an instant, countless ferocious beast forbidden grounds and the heavenly Tao experts in the remnant star region in the distance all sensed it one after another. Hiss! Hiss! This time, the rumbling of the primordial pill tribulation resounded incessantly. In the surroundings of the star field where Yi Xian was in seclusion, 66 sounds of silk being torn could be heard one after another. Void cracks appeared in the void, both near and far. From each crack a figure stepped out. They were either remnants of the Desolation era or ferocious beasts of the starry sky. Obviously, they were all from different forbidden lands of the ferocious beasts and remnants of the Desolation era. However, there was one thing in common. These remnant world experts and astral beasts that came were all heavenly Tao realm existences without exception. The cultivation auras that emanated from their bodies were extremely powerful. The reason why they kept coming here was all because of the primordial pill tribulation that had locked onto the abandoned star where Yixian was in seclusion. This area was not too far away from the left and right banks of the Milky Way. The dark void in front of the left and right banks could be said to be endless, but this place was not considered to be deep in it. And the primordial pill tribulation was extraordinary. Although it was not as terrifying as the real primordial lightning tribulation, it was far from what an ordinary heavenly Tao lightning tribulation could compare to. It was a power that was between the two, so it naturally attracted the attention of everyone. Time slowly passed. Yixian sat cross-legged in the core of the abandoned star. His body was enveloped by the 9-colored mist from the Shinnong treasure cauldron that hung above his head, isolating his aura. Only a trace of it leaked out, therefore. The invisible primordial pill tribulation that shrouded the dark void above the abandoned star continued to condense. Although the rumbling sounds were shocking, they did not condense. This state unknowingly lasted for 3 days. For 3 days, the commotion here was enough to attract the attention of all the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant star regions in the right and left banks. In these 3 days, the number of heavenly beasts and heavenly Tao remnant citizens that came after hearing the news numbered in the thousands. However, this was clearly not the total number of heavenly Tao realm existences in the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant star regions in the right and left banks. Many heavenly Tao experts did not come at all, but even so, the lineup of thousands of heavenly beasts and heavenly Tao remnant citizens was absolutely terrifying. Even Yixian had never seen it before. In fact, it had not appeared in the right and left banks for many years. Only just this point alone was enough to shock the entire two sides of the Milky Way. Could be said to be a grand occasion. It was just that the news had yet to spread, so the heavenly Tao experts outside the right and left banks were completely unaware of it. Among the thousands of heavenly beasts and heavenly Tao remnant citizens, there was no sign of Longjing or primeval Heaven's Eye. Even the other one of the 33 heavenly Tao experts who had participated in the encirclement of Yixian, the Ghost Realm Forbidden Grounds Nightmare 3, was nowhere to be seen. However, among the 20 or so heavenly Tao remnant citizens in the Chaos K starfield, there were a few people who had come. Among them was the person in charge of the Chaos K starfield, Hong Tao. Only in the right and left banks, the 3-legged golden crow was famous for its ferocity. It was ranked 10th among all the heavenly beasts on the left bank. However, it was probably in seclusion to recuperate from its injuries and did not appear here. Although Hong Tao's personal strength ranking was not as good as his to enter the top 10 of the heavenly Tao remnant rankings, the Chaos K starfield that he led was ranked 10th among all the remnant star regions on the left bank. Only just this point alone was enough to show how high Hong K's status and value was. Not to mention Hong K's ancestor, who created the 9 heavenly Tao treasured liquid 1,000,000 years ago, was from the Chaos K star region. This unknowingly made Hong Tao, the person in charge of the Chaos K star region, even more valuable. Here at this moment, Hong Tao was billions of miles away in the void to the left of the abandoned planet where Yixian was in seclusion. His brows were tightly knitted, and his eyes were fixed on the abandoned planet where Yixian was in seclusion. His eyes flickered from time to time, as if he had fallen into deep thought. The heavenly law ferocious beasts and survivors of the heavenly law from the left bank and the right bank were all gathered in the surrounding void. There was naturally no need to doubt the eyesight of an existence of this level. They had long seen the level of the lightning tribulation that invisibly enveloped this abandoned star. But this was also the source of their uncertainty, because this matter should not have appeared at all. Everything was exuding a strange aura that was so dense that it could not be dispersed. Ever since they had gathered here one after another, these thousands of heavenly beasts and heavenly Tao remnant citizens had not said a word. But now, as 3 days had passed, the figures that had arrived gradually thinned out. All kinds of private discussions slowly appeared in the void. If one listened carefully, one could vaguely hear them, and all of them were filled with uncertainty. What on earth is happening here? For the past 3 days, the sky has been constantly rumbling with shocking thunder, but there is not the slightest bit of tribulation cloud. Even the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation can't be like this. Instead, the legendary primordial lightning tribulation just happens to be like this.